On Pop Culture Breakdown, my friends, we have assembled a panel of pop culture pundits to discuss the lows and the lows of the week. Although there was one high. There was one high, but we'll get to that. Thanks to our intrepid reporters, Gary Ambrosia and Rancor Steve, we do have a little bit of good news. I assume it's good news. I haven't actually talked to them about it, but I'm feeling, I have a strong, good feeling about the force here. So, you know, we will not be devoid of good news, but we're not going to have a plethora of good news, to quote, you know, Three Amigos. Let's go ahead and let's introduce our panel of pop culture pundits. Douglas Nelson is hopefully on his way. I mean, he said he would be here, but you know, he may have run up against some things. But we do have Gary Ambrosia here. Hey, Gary, how are you doing, man?
I am okay. I'm all right. I've been talking with you guys before the show, and I'm not too sure how you're doing, but I know that I'm better than you guys.
Yeah, absolutely. But I'm trying to catch up with a little liquid, fortification here.
Yeah.
We've got Mexican Iron Man. Good to see you, my friend. How are you?
Thanks for having me, DC. I heard that this is the Star Wars Celebration show?
No, this is actually the Star Wars Cremation show.
Oh.
That's what it was, Star Wars Cremation 2023. So just to give you all a sense of the spirit of fun that we're going to be cultivating here, like a constant gardener nurtures his weeds. We have got Rancor Steve, the Egyptian cowboy. Hail, Rancor Steve.
Howdy. It's good to be here. I got through the week with my sidekick, Bobblehead Rambo, so I'm good. So,
Bobblehead Rambo, shake it. And we have got Douglas Nelson, a.k.a. Mr. Nelson. Hey, man, how are you? How you doing? You're muted.
Muted. What an absolute travesty to mute me. But I finally figured out my camera, so I'm no longer in the pink.
All right.
You're no longer an official boomer.
Yes.
You got depinkified. So you will be accused of being sexist and stuff very soon.
Yes.
Expect that to come. It will follow on your heels fast and furious. Star Wars Cremation 2023. I don't personally feel like any good news came out of Star Wars Cremation. I mean, the Ahsoka trailer, well, okay. And yet, then everything else was just shit. Let's talk a little bit, first of all, before we get into all the Star Wars stuff. Let's talk a little bit about the Indiana Jones stuff. Indiana Jones 5 released a trailer, folks, and finally we got to see a little bit of footage. My point when I watched it was, well, it could have been a whole fuck of a lot worse. It definitely could have been a lot worse. We saw worse on the Super Bowl trailer and ad and everything. I mean, the trailer that they released around that time, where the only stuff coming out of Phoebe Waller-Bridge's mouth was snark towards Indy. It had a sense of being a funeral, just Sala talking about all the things he misses, including erections, presumably, and Indy just I miss the sea, I miss the desert, I miss everything. I miss being able to see my own dick when I take a wee. But no, Indy, is it all over? And Indy says, yep, it's all over, Sala. He just kind of staggers away, and then people shoot at him, and then Phoebe Waller-Bridge gives him snark saying, "Yeah, we're not related," and it's just fucking shit show. And then we get this little gem of a trailer. At least nobody is insulting Indiana Jones. Phoebe Waller-Bridge, they show her, but she's listening, and she's like smiling at him and talking to him, as opposed to mocking him and being a total dick. I think that looking at the two trailers, I think that this one is an improvement. I think they realized that they do need to trim her part, and they do need to go ahead and not have her be so goddamn snarky. Indiana Jones, all the old man jokes that they had. Harrison Ford was taking pains in the press to say that they've cut all those. He said that they cut them in the early script stages, but if they did that, then why the fuck would he be talking about it? No, he wanted to signal that they were approaching Indiana Jones with more respect. They do everything by code. And essentially what I saw in this trailer was confirmation that there has been a shift behind the scenes of how they're approaching this thing, or at the very least, how they're trying to advertise this thing. So in general, I think it was an improvement. I think that it signals that the reports that I've had from Hollywood spies saying that these shoots and stuff are trying to make it so that, audience heads don't explode or melt like at the end of Halloween 3 Season of the Witch, which was KK's plan originally, from what I understand. But I would like to just go around and see what you guys thought of this. And we'll just circle around. Gary Ambrosia, what do you think of the Indiana Jones trailer?
Well, I'm going to start by saying the Rolling Stones music is completely out of tone. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's silly. It's out.
I agree.
It's out of tone. Go ahead.
Well, but it is set in the 60s.
Big deal.
Well, I understand, but
we don't hear 30s music in Raiders of the Lost Ark trailer. It doesn't belong. I get what they're trying to do, and it doesn't fucking belong.
It is abrupt, and it also stirs him out of his sleep like an old man.
He's literally waking up, and he's like, and he's fucking
Jagger.
Okay,
Jagger.
Here's another thing. This is a big thing. You guys were saying that Phoebe Waller-Bridge was being a little bit more respectful. You guys missed something. So you hear her off camera saying, you've made mistakes, you've made attempts, and the next shot we cut to is her going, "Now it's time to do it right."
No,
really, it's fucking covert. It's covert hostility toward Indy. It's still there, man.
She gestured to herself.
Oh, she full on does. Go watch it again. She says, "You've made mistakes. You've something else." I can't remember the exact line. Then it cuts to her, and she's doing this. She's like, "Now it's time to finish the job with me." She doesn't say with me, but she's pointing to herself.
With me.
Literally, she's like, "Now it's time to, dude."
Me.
I'm telling you, it's still there. But what? I don't know. I'm not any more or less.
I mean, in terms of like the different details of the thing,
I'm not any more or less impressed with this trailer than the other one. I don't know.
Wow.
I really. I mean, what? I'm sorry, man. I'm trying. I mean, they're showing.
No, that's fine.
Indiana Jones is on the subway looking at the kid in the little space helmet. I get it. What? I don't know.
Well, the times are changing. I think the fundamental mistake here is don't put it in the 60s. Just don't.
Well, when do you put it though? I mean,
not in the 50s, because then we got Kingdom of the Crystal Skull and UFOs, which was totally fun.
But that's the weird thing though, is Harrison Ford's at the age where that's the only time really to put it. They're restricted by his age. Now they can de-age him a little bit, and then they go back through time, and then it's the cartoon version of Harrison Ford. But I mean,
It's
how much of real Harrison Ford is in this movie? I don't know.
Well,
How much
none,
of
dude.
cartoon? What do you mean none? Well,
None.
we're watching him. I'm watching him asleep in front of the tube, like
I know.
Well, that's
movie
really
never
him.
Should have been made.
I agree. I mean, but
we
it's
both
here.
agree with that.
Here's
Look,
the trailer. Here it is, kids.
All I care about, I've said it many times at this point. All I care about is if they don't humiliate him and replace him with a woman. I mean, that's all we can hope. At this point. Well, literally, that's all I'm fighting for, is just not to have that. If we just don't have that, it's an improvement over what they wanted to do, which was infinitely worse.
Well,
But
whatever.
we don't know. I mean, this is just a trailer, and I'll go back and look at it. But
Specifically, watch that scene I'm telling you about where she's like, "You've made mistakes. You've done this and that." The very next shot is her going, "Now it's time to," and then whatever she says.
well, see, but we don't.
Tell me.
I don't even remember what they said. But the thing is, I don't know. I mean, it's possible that they haven't learned any lessons, and that it will stink.
Or maybe that was the best they could get out of it. You know
Right.
what I mean? Maybe that was the best of the footage. I don't know. But really, I kept thinking about that episode of South Park when the kids all go see the new Indiana Jones adventure. That's all I could think about when I was watching this trailer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shit.
That's it.
I'd rather they just strung together, 5 or 6 episodes of Space Ghost and just showed us that instead. You could slap the Indiana Jones logo on it and it'd be like, but there was no Indiana Jones in it. I'd be like, I'm okay with it. Rancor Steve, what'd you think of the Indiana Jones 5 trailer?
Big old pile of turd. The problem I had with this is I don't know who's editing these trailers, but they need to go back to school, or at least think about going to school and figure out, hey, this is how you actually direct a trailer. They did the whole Guardians of the Galaxy with rock music. Doesn't work. Not everything works doing that way. Some of it does. When editing a trailer, you need music to grab us to get invested. Where's the John Williams stuff? Where is it? Like, I could care less. I have no real. It doesn't matter how many times you want to re-edit and fix things on this, on any film, really. It makes me lose interest in this more and more and more. And it felt very, like, it just didn't feel like an Indiana Jones trailer. Like, I guarantee you, Gary and I could totally take the footage that we already have seen of that they've shown us, or everyone, and make a better Indiana Jones. And I bet you we can edit whatever her Phoebe Waller out easily. We can put someone else in there. It's not hard. This is elementary stuff they're doing, and they're fucking that up. So I don't know. It just didn't grab me. I was like, I'll watch it when it comes out in Redbox or something. I don't know. Like, yeah.
Red box. Why don't you just get it on VHS there, Rancor 80s?
Okay, I'll get it on them old VHSs.
He's gonna watch it on his Raker Steve's gonna watch it with his dial-up modem.
Laser
Oh, yeah.
disc.
That's right.
Pretty
I'm gonna
notches.
watch it on Abacus. Douglas Nelson, Mr. Nailson, what did you think of the Indiana Jones trailer? And this is the best news from Star Wars Cremation. I'm just saying. But go ahead.
Yeah, I guess.
I mean, this is the highlight, folks.
Yeah, the show takes a left turn after this segment.
That's the truth.
But first, I have to issue my complaint about the VCR. It always blinks 12 o'clock, and I couldn't stand that.
I know. It was always 12 o'clock somewhere in the world. Not.
Well,
But
yeah.
Anyway.
I just found it rather bland and uninspiring. I understand the aspects of what it was doing in the Rolling Stones song, but it's the 60s, it's where he is. So it doesn't bother me that much, but it's just, of course, I've seen too many movies where when you go in the 60s, suddenly it's either the Stones or somewhere. If you're going to Vietnam, it's Creedence Clearwater Revival and
Of
the
course.
Doors. Every
gotta be.
time, that's all they ever listen to. Whatever. But I mean, when Gary mentioned that scene, I was like, oh yeah, she did do that. You know? And I mean, a lot of what they originally intended has got to still be there in some form or fashion. Did they water it down? Perhaps. You know, as far as the time travel plot, I think that's still very much there. It's just a matter of, are they going to end it with that ridiculous thing of Phoebe being CGI'd into Harrison's, past performances and that kind of thing.
If they do that, then that is fans rioting in the fucking
Right.
streets.
So
That's what Gary wants.
yeah, might as well go.
Some men just want to watch the world burn. I guess that's
Well,
Gary.
at this point.
That's why he drinks so heavily, because if the world does burn, he can just breathe on it and fan the flame.
You can understand that.
Under cars.
Because I don't really have much optimism for it. So it might just be another Crystal Skull type thing. And that's the best you can hope for as far as whatever they're going to do with it. I mean, even the director talks about the tone of it, it sounds very much like Jake Skywalker.
Yeah, it sounds like
for
Logan,
Indiana
right?
Jones,
Logan, like dead Logan, like, his swan.
Yeah.
Pasadena Jones.
I'm certainly expecting him to die at the end of it, which would go against George Lucas's narrative about how Indy ended up with his television show.
Yes.
Stuff like that.
They don't give a fuck.
Yeah, they don't. They do not.
Look
care,
at Douglas like getting into canon. That's so cute.
Yeah, I know.
Thinking like they care about canon. Give me those cheeks, Douglas.
Oh,
It's still real.
canon, as if it were that easy.
Yeah. Turns out Santa Claus isn't real. So.
Wait, what?
Oh, damn it! I'm sorry. Never mind. I'm an idiot.
Spoiler alert, bro.
But yeah, I have no optimism for it, considering everything else. And at best, it's just a bland, Crystal Skull.
Yeah. I mean, I think people are going to stagger out of this fucking thing like gasping and saying, I liked it better when they nuked the fridge. And then just drop on the carpet, just drop fucking dead from just.
There's probably going to be
suckage.
That's another thing. They'll try to be like Marvel, and there'll be stupid gags in it about refrigerators and stuff like that, and constant mockery of the past glories, stuff like that, and think that's really cute. And won't you get a chuckle? It's just no one's in any mood for Lucasfilm anymore after all they've done. So even when it's really not that big of a deal, it's just going to be 10 times worse on your raw nerves, And so, but they put themselves in that position. So what can you say or do?
I don't know. One vestige from the worst ideas that have been reported about what this thing is actually about, Mexican Iron Man, was, did you catch where like there was a boulder, like the one that chased Indy, and she like triggers it or something, and they're standing behind it like she was fixing it or something. I hope not, but I mean, at least he wasn't dead and she wasn't in his outfit doing it, but still, I noticed that. I was like, oh my God, but I'm so numb from the abomination that is the Mandalorian at this point that, watching videos of foxes decay and be eaten by maggots is considered almost a musical at this point in comparison. What do you think about that trailer, man?
Well, actually, Sympathy for the Devil is one of my favorite songs of all time in music history. So
I love
it's
that
a great song.
I mean,
it's a fantastic song.
I think the only thing I would have done is I would have gotten heavy on the John Williams stuff in the last 10 to 15 seconds on the way out the door of the trailer. But I don't know. It's just kind of, I don't know. Out of 5 stars, I'd give the trailer a 3, I guess. I don't know. And I love that song. It's like literally, it's literally one of my favorite songs of all time.
It's a masterpiece.
It's one of the greatest rock songs ever, Mike.
Yeah. So,
I don't know how they
really
came up with that. It's genius. It's just pure inspired genius. That idea of that woo woo and the drums going. I mean, it just seems so primal and bizarre and malefic.
Yes.
It's really something. It's a fucking great.
I know
song.
exactly how they came up with it. They made a deal with you know who. That's the secret
Kathleen
to the
Kennedy. She's kind of young.
rug. Yeah.
Made a deal with the Stones in the '60s, but maybe I don't know. Maybe
Just a demon by a different name, DC.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, by the way, Crazy Junior in the chat says that the line when Phoebe Waller-Bridge points to herself is a final triumph. You've made mistakes, something or other, and then it cuts to her and she says, "Now a final triumph."
And then he sets her on fire. What happens?
I guess. I don't know. He had sympathy
does he
for
push
her.
her off a cliff. What is the final triumph? Well, I guess we'll see.
Well, he opens up the ark and says, "Hey, Phoebe, look," and then he holds.
Take a look.
Look,
Yeah.
look,
Here,
I'm with,
honey, take a look.
I'm with
No, he
you.
tells her, "Don't look at it, no matter what you do." And she says, "I'm not going to be mansplained to."
Thank
Oh well.
Whoops.
But anyway, so Mexican Iron Man, you just gave it like 3 out of 10.
Yeah, I'd say 3.5 out of 5 stars, and I'm with you, DC. So long as this hoe doesn't take over at the end, I'm good because I am not expecting cinematic greatness. Otherwise, I'm just gonna if I walk out and Indy's honored at the end, and I had an entertaining time at the movies, let's go. I'm good.
All right.
But
I mean,
But-
I just expect it to suck. I mean, we're not debating if it's going to suck.
Right,
I mean,
like,
that's
right.
impossible. You know it's going to suck.
Yeah, that
Right.
train
It's
left
the
the station
point.
a long
That ship
time
is
ago.
fucking
Yeah.
sailed, dude.
Right.
The trailer
If it
smoke you
sucks-
see is that freighter headed for fucking Rio. That's
Yeah.
gone. What I'm just talking about is, are they going to actually like cut his dicks off? You know, shove it in his mouth and dress him up in a tutu and
Right.
have her dance on his fucking grave. That's what we're talking about.
Right, it's in right, exactly. That so my bar is right yours. That is my line. And if that happens and I'm holding popcorn, I'm throwing it at the screen at my local cinema.
Hell
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh,
In
Here,
fact, I'll-
here.
In fact, I'll videotape it for the show. I'm gonna you know what? I pledge that I am going to videotape myself watching the ending of this thing.
I'll do the same.
All right. We'll have like a live reaction.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And all you hear is
Look,
like
look,
beeping.
these-
Beep, 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 beep.
They are so dumb to do this kind of ending. Let's just say, I don't think they're going to. I think they pulled it back and they're not going to do it. But let's just say they do. Word will travel so fast.
Yes.
yeah. Oh,
This,
Yes.
this movie will tank so quickly. And by the way, with a budget of north of $350 million, if they don't hit 940 minimum,
yeah.
they've got to hit. Frankly, they got to hit $1 billion. But
940.
They have to hit 900 and 940. And if this thing doesn't do that, and that money lost, that is just it.
Yeah. No, I hear you, man. But I just wanted to make that clear. I mean, it was like, you know, people were like arguing like I was saying this was good. No, of course not. You know, come on. I mean, Jesus Christ. That'd be like a litmus test of whether I'd been replaced by a pod or something.
Thank you.
So, no, of course not. But anyway, so that's the good news.
That's as positive as it gets tonight, folks.
That's right. It's kind of
Yeah,
like in
great
True
job.
Romance where, you know, Christopher Walken says, "It's no fun. Get a hit in the nose, is it? Pain shoots up in your brain. But that's as good as it's going to get. It's never going to be that good again." So on that note, let's talk about fucking let's talk about the amazing Wonder Ray, the bestest ever. Now, there's some very interesting stuff. Hail Leia Rose in the chat. Very interesting stuff. You know, my initial impression when I heard this and saw Daisy Ridley up on stage and shit was that, well, that's it. That's the end of Star Wars. It's done. It's tucked away. An opinion of mine that was only reinforced by watching this episode of Mandalorian, but we will get to that. But the thing is, folks, it may not be quite that simple. When I saw Daisy Ridley, I thought, well, they got her on stage. You know, they went ahead and they obviously told her. I mean, Daisy Ridley's not going to go out there and embarrass herself by lying and bullshitting that, you know, there's a project and there is none. So she must believe that there is one. But is there one? You know, I was thinking Well, I believe this because surely they wouldn't like bring this woman all the way here and trot her out on stage and have her like hype a complete piece of bullshit. But then I thought Karen McCarthy on the Acolyte, where not only did she have a deal allegedly, and like she actually like turned down show running another show on Apple to do this Acolyte thing, and then it turned out that the Acolyte was complete bullshit, and they offered her like $5,000 as a sweet going away present for losing like $1 million gig over at Apple. And it's like, holy shit, if they would do that to this woman who is a player in Hollywood and a personal friend of Bob Iger's, they sure as shit would do it to Daisy Ridley. So I'm hearing different things. I don't know. I will convey to you what I'm hearing. Personally, I don't think it makes any goddamn difference at all at this point, because I have seen the last 2 episodes of Mandalorian, and I think that Star Wars is well and truly fucked. So I mean, I'm not holding on to any illusions here, but it may be, it's possible that this was bullshit from Kathleen Kennedy, because it's I spoke to Cameron Pasha about this. I did an interview with him. I'm going to be publishing that on my channel tomorrow or Friday. And we had some interest. We were comparing notes about what our various spies and so on were saying about this stuff. But I think it's very telling that the publications out there are not being kind to this announcement. And usually they're like all on board. You know, usually they are lined up with Kathleen Kennedy, hook, line, and sinker. And they take their cues from her and they run with her bullshit, even when it's clearly bullshit. But the Hollywood Reporter started out an article about this stuff that said, last week at Star Wars Celebration, Disney released a flurry of exciting announcements, such as the Ahsoka trailer and 3 new movies, which are really, truly going to happen this time, promise. That was what the Hollywood Reporter had to say about this. Skepticism, folks. Skepticism. And then it was telling that a similarly skeptical article appeared in Variety, where instead of falling in line and saying, this is a wonderful idea, and you know, there was jubilation and everything else, instead, they go ahead and point out that some fans remain mixed on this idea, and then quoted this Megan Blair, who traveled all the way from Denmark to be there, the poor woman, says, we've seen Rey in quite a bit of content, and I feel like we got to see what we needed to see from Rey's story. This is quoted in Variety, folks.
Wow.
I wasn't begging for more at the end of her trilogy, unquote. And this was from Megan Blair, who is not a member of the patriarchy. You know, she's a, girl. Added Claire Elizabeth Roberts, quote, I like Rey, but I'd rather have had John Boyega back because he was absolutely wasted, unquote. And then the lukewarm, they go on. The lukewarm feelings may stem from the Rise of Skywalker's conclusion, which saw Ridley's heroine take on the name of the franchise's most famous Jedi. Quote, I don't need them to call her Rey Skywalker or anything other than Rey in the new movie, declared Watkins. So, and then
praise the Lord.
Variety then goes on. I mean, this is obviously, they didn't get the memo. And it just makes me wonder, is this coming from Kathleen Kennedy or Bob Iger? Because it says, many fans agree that the new as yet untitled film, which doesn't even have a title, doesn't have a script, is set to be directed by veteran doc filmmaker Sharmeen Obaid-Chinoy, who has never directed a feature before, just a documentary. about maybe somebody that knows how to make a feature. I don't know. She says, many fans agree that the new as yet untitled film is a chance to correct past storytelling mistakes. Quote,
Oh, fuck.
in pop culture right now, a lot of what stories are doing is redeeming things that haven't always been told well, says Terrence Crawford, who was clad head to toe in Han Solo garb.
Boy. If you lose Hollywood Reporter and Variety, if you lose the trades, boy, you are fucking lost.
It's not good. It's not good. But my point is that, look, it's never been good. It's never been good. But the Hollywood Reporter and Variety are trade publications, and they generally fall in line with what the studios want them to say.
Yes.
So if they're saying this, it does raise questions about whether Kathleen Kennedy went off the proverbial reservation in doing all of this shit. And Iger is like, oh, you want to play? Okay, let's go ahead and play. And he's basically shitting all over this. Let's go around and see what everybody thinks about this. Let's start at the bottom here. Mexican Iron Man, what did you think about all this shit?
Boom, canceled.
Yeah?
Yeah.
To quote my friend Nick from Echo Base Network, boom, canceled. And look, I don't care if Bob Iger himself wants Daisy Ridley in another movie with Ray Shett. Like, this studio has no ability to pull shit off. It has no ability, and whatever it does pull off, it's gonna suck. And I myself don't have any faith that any of this shit is happening. I think that bitch was lying all freaking weekend long. I watched the interview she did with IGN. I watched her body language on stage. It was epically awesome to watch her come out on stage and no one cheered for her. Did you see that cut? Doom
No.
Oh God, I would have had it queued up for you. So they go to the Andor portion. They go to Andor and they announce Tony Gilmore, and the crowd goes, ah, because it's the Andor panel. Yeah. And they're like, Kathleen Kennedy.
Her, Kathleen Kennedy.
Yeah.
And okay. You're saying Kathleen Kennedy. Okay.
And so she came out. You did see that.
No, I didn't.
Oh, so they announced 3 people. So they go, Tony Gilmore, and then the crowd goes, yeah, Kathleen Kennedy. Crickets. Then they
seriously,
said,
it was that quiet.
Yeah, it was fucking dead. It was dead.
Oh,
quiet.
I need to see this, dude. It would heal my
okay,
soul.
Go to the Echo Base Network video. I'll send you the link on Twitter later.
And by the way, Echo Base Network was invited tonight. I don't know where Echo Base is.
I'm texting him right now.
Maybe catching up on sleep because the boys live streamed for like 28, 30 hours in 3 days. They streamed the whole thing.
Oh,
and then they announced the guy who stars in Andor, the lead guy, the guy who can't speak English. What's his name? The Mexican Latino guy.
Diego Luna.
Diego Luna comes on stage.
Yeah. And
the crowd goes, whoa! Bro, it was so obvious. It was hilarious. But look, I'm not looking forward to a Rey movie. I don't think anyone is. If this movie is mandated to happen, I say to Disney, I double dog dare you to make it.
Wow.
Double dog.
The double dog dare.
Double dog.
Double dog dare them to make it and watch how much money it's not going to make. You know what? Put Grogu in it. You know what? And have him like run around with Ray with, it's like a little kitty cat. Because Ray's going to, they said they have the say that says, buy a dog, die alone. Ray's going to buy a Grogu and die alone. At the box office. Go ahead, Ray. Get your Grogu. Come on, get this movie out. Watch it implode. Spend a ton of money. Do rewrites. Do reshoots. Change the release date 5, 6, 7, 8 times. I double dog dare you. Because at the end of the day, Ray will be at the box office, and she will buy a Grogu and die alone.
What I would like to see, Douglas Nelson. Let me run this idea past you. Let's run this up the flagpole. See if anybody salutes. I think this movie with Ray would lose money, except if they include this scene. So let's say Grogu is sitting in the Millennium Falcon, gibbering away in his borderline moron fashion, speaking gibberish, and Chewbacca sits on him, and Ray goes, "No, Chewie," and Chewie goes, and he stands up and he looks around. He doesn't know what's going on. He turns around and we see that Grogu is flattened and wedged in his ass, and then all of a sudden, Chewie lets out a tremendous fart, which propels Grogu like a bullet clear through Ray. That looks like a cartoon outline of Grogu, like in the cartoons, where like Roger Rabbit goes through the door and it's like, an outline of Roger Rabbit, and then it's the end. I'd go see that movie. What do you think?
So they got James Gunn to direct it?
Yeah. Oh, well, if James Gunn would direct it and include that scene, I'm there. I'm there. It's a revitalized franchise as far as I'm fucking concerned. What do you think?
Well, I fear that's highly unlikely. But that would make for an interesting new version toy of Grogu, all flattened and in the shape of Chewbacca's ass. That would be an interesting.
And it should also be scratch and sniff for those of you who've wondered what a Wookiee's ass smells like. You just scratch and sniff, and it's like, oh, the Wookiee ass. These are great marketing ideas for a company that has gone down into the absolute gutter of irrelevance and fan hatred. But go ahead, Douglas. Sorry.
Yeah, think of the accessories and all the possibilities there.
An official kernel of corn from the Wookiee home planet. And,
oh God,
maybe some leaves, berries. Oh, what do you think, Douglas?
Corn not included. But I guess at best, of the three that were announced, the Filoni one might have a possibility of being real because it would be like a conclusion to their Mando stuff, that kind of thing. And I initially thought, well, golly, they dragged poor Daisy Ridley out because she doesn't really have much choice. Poor girl has been terribly damaged by those films, and it's not fair, but that's the way it is. It's her face on that product. And so, they get her to show up, but they would lie to her. So, Daisy, we're going to do it. And, and all this stuff. And then, because it's like, you mentioned Miss McCarthy and that deal. And it's like, well, and that's Kennedy playing games and trying to hang on and what have you. But so what? I've seen Mando. I've seen what was in it. In between all the nice shootouts and everything, and I not liking where this is going.
No,
and it's so obviously the Ahsoka show's real, the Andor's real, and that's it. Because I mean, how many times has this woman lied? And it's like more projects have been canceled than have been produced. And then she lies again in the interviews. Everybody, this was looked about. He said, "Wait a minute, you mean?" He says, "Whatever." The Kevin Feige movie got shelved. He said, "Oh, that was never real. That was just the press and fans of it." It's like it's your own YouTube channel announced it. Alan Horn talked about it and all this, like, And I mean, it's just. It's a combination of lying and just blatant incompetence. She's never understood the product she's in charge of. I mean. Hey guys, come on. It's really hard to come up with storylines for Star Wars because unlike Marvel, we don't have, a backlog of like comic books or novels to fall back on. And it's just the blatant thing, and it's just, oh my God. So
yeah.
It's just believe it when you see it. It's just, there might be a 50-50 chance that there could be a Rey movie. But
I don't know. I don't know. Even Cinema Blend published an article saying Star Wars big Rey announcement took the internet by storm, but apparently the script's not even ready yet.
Like Shakespeare once said, "What's in a script?"
I just want to note for those who wonder if studios lie ever. I mean. Do we not remember that Henry Cavill was told that he was going to be Superman?
Right. In less than a month later? No, he's not. Hey, what the hell? So yeah. Make no bones about it. This means nothing at
This
the
is-
moment.
Uh,
And about the you've got a good point that Iger could be in the background doing these things with these media sites and whatnot. And but at the same time, this is a different era now. There's no sugar daddy for these sites anymore. They've got to bring something for whatever viewers they have.
Yeah.
And so you can't keep playing around with this. And what have you done for me lately? Nothing. So it's like, is there really an interest in a Ray movie? Yeah, that's a decent question. It's about damn time. Too late. But you got to worry about your own business rather than someone else's, who may or may not pat you on the head once in a while.
Absolutely. But I want to read actually, like, reading through this Yahoo. Well, it's an article that got reproduced on Yahoo, but it's Cinema Blend. This is actually maybe the worst insult to Kathleen Kennedy in all of these that I've read. I just saw this. I was like scrolling through while we were talking, and holy shit, you got to listen to this, folks. This is proof that the media has turned on her. And I think they must have gotten the word from up above. Listen to this. Lucasfilm's Kathleen Kennedy spoke to Yahoo UK about that upcoming Star Wars movie and got honest about just how far along that project is, saying, and this is a quote from Kathleen Kennedy, "We've been working on that film for a few years." and listen, it gets worse. We've been working on that film for a few years, and all of that feeds into our overall storytelling. So we've just got to a point now where we've got a wonderful writer in Stephen Knight. He's come on board, and we're going to see a script probably in the next month and a half that we've been working on for quite a while. So we're getting close, unquote. Now, this is what the article says. Get this. There you have it. Despite the news about Ray's return basically breaking the internet, there's still a ton of work to be done. First and foremost, the script needs to be completed before other stages of the pre-production process move forward, but at least Kennedy seems to think it's almost done. Ow!
Ouch.
Ow! But at least Kennedy seems to think it's almost done. Ow! That is basically saying, of course you think it's like that, don't you, Kathleen? Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Talk about the most condescending fucking thing that they could have said to her. I mean, like she said, so at least Kathleen Kennedy seems to think it's almost done. I mean, think about that. That's fucking painful. The more you let that settle on your tongue, the more it tends to feel like you've got something bad in there. Douchebag Kylo, anything to say about any of this? And welcome to the show, my friend.
Hail, douchebag Kylo.
Hail, douchebag
Thank
Kylo.
you. Thank you. I think that's what sent me back to the ER. I think it was laughing so hard at what I saw now, cremation, that caused the problem that sent me back. So yeah, I may sue, but, but oh my goodness, it was so. I mean, she's just trying to make stuff up to make it look like she's still in power, in control, got the reins. And, I have half a mind to think that Iger set her up to do that. That Iger gave her, don't you dare, da 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 da. And I said it in the chat on Friday Night Frolics, I think, that this is Kennedy giving him the middle finger. And he was just expecting and waiting for it. I half expect this to be part of the impetus to really go after her from now there's absolutely, we've got all of these reasons to audit Lucasfilm and see where this money went and, what you spent on the Acolyte without a green light and all this. I think this is going to be huge. And but I was just laughing at her trying to gaslight everybody on this stuff. And it's funny to watch the true believers just adore it, and the black pill saying, see, she's not going away, she's still here, while the rest of us who actually have an inkling of how Hollywood works are going, dude, it's time for the popcorn. This is going to be fun. Now's the time to watch.
Yeah,
That's
I
just
think
me.
that's well said. I think that's well said.
Thank you, sir.
And thanks for being in here. We know that you just got back from the ER, literally.
Well,
you went to
Oh.
It's been a
the
couple
ER.
days.
Well, but I mean,
Yeah.
you did actually go to
Yeah.
the ER around
Yeah.
the time of this this announcement. So
And,
the
and
worms
because
and the spice. Is there a connection?
I can
Yeah,
say because
you might
I
have a
was in
case.
the ER, I absolutely did not father Ray's Force Ghost child. That's a lie. That's slander. My law firm, Dewey,
Yeah.
Criffum and Howe, is looking into it, and I'm telling you, it spins. It spins, baby.
Yeah.
Oh,
Kylo, that
dear.
covers your existence, but does it cover your Force Ghost?
Try to get gametes from a Force Ghost, dude.
Yeah, negative.
Yeah, doesn't work.
I
We're
don't
gonna get
know.
the Force Ghost on Maury, and we'll see what happens
Yeah,
here.
look, I'm going with Harvey Cthulhu.
Yeah. Murray
Hey,
can try
shut
all he
up!
want, but you can't get
Yeah.
DNA from a Force Ghost.
Yeah, right. I don't know. I mean, it takes a special kind of guy to get yeeted like a punk by Palpatine over a cliff, and he crawls back up and dies in her arms. I don't know when that's like a curve shot or
let's-
something.
let's
I mean,
be-
what?
Let's be clear. I
do like a
faked my death.
like through
I
the
faked
clothes
my
and
death
through
to
the
keep
air,
her
and it
from
looped around, and
Yeah.
I mean, how the anyway?
And then it
I
takes
faked
15
that
years to
Force Ghost
gestate.
death. I faked that to keep her from kissing me more.
It's like the immaculate constipation. Oh, I don't know.
I'm gonna have to switch away from Kylo as an avatar. I gotta find a new ID.
You need one. You got to have one. Rancor Steve, Egyptian cowboy. What do you think about this fucking news? I don't know. I don't know. What do you think?
It's when you watch YouTube channels, like they have the videos where it's like the worst cringe you could possibly cram into like 10 minutes. This was it. It was so cringy. And the Photoshop Ray being pregnant with her face all formed like a you can't say that word, but it's just because I went through a couple times because I know Gary asked me, he's like, is this true? And I'm like, I'll look. I was like, it's Photoshopped because her face looks like she's just been hit by a Mack truck going 20 miles an hour. It doesn't take much to knock that little feather chick off.
Daisy Ridley's pretty in a kind of boyish way. Is it really fake though?
I don't know if it's fake or not, but when I saw it, I said, so basically the new Ray movie is going to be about the bestest unwed mom ever.
Right?
They like that on Twitter. I thought it was
Who's the
good.
dad?
Yeah, I think it's fake.
We found Kylo is.
There's no script.
No,
so,
Mexican
what do you
Iron
do?
Man's the dad.
Yeah, Mexican Iron Man.
That's true.
There was reports of a Mexican bare-assed like scrambling out a window. And on a moisture
Oh,
evaporator.
there you go.
And the stunt people were like, "Should we attack?" And they're like, "Nah, that guy's."
Tell us, Mike. Tell us, Mike. Did you get Daisy Ridley to wear an Alf mask while you were doing it? Yeah, you did, didn't you? You're dirty.
You guys are so wrong. I love you so much.
And the fucked up thing was that when she was wearing the Alf mask and he was on top of her, she's saying, "I want you to eat the cat."
Oh boy. Oh no.
Well, there you go.
Oh, see, we know what really happened. Daisy Ridley ended up working at a side job at a local gentleman's club on Hilton Head Island, and Mexican Iron Man just happened to be there, making his weekly visit.
Hey,
And
you stop judging my life choices, Gary.
hey, bro, I am not judging, bro. I would have done the same that you did, and congratulations on being a dad for a second time.
No, wait, what? No.
Well,
You're the dad.
I think you're giving him too much credit. It wasn't a strip club. She was manning the counter at the Taco Cabana truck. And, she got a few, chicken fajita tacos, and he asked her for
Yeah,
extra pico,
I'm
and,
the-
and
I'm
that was
Okay,
it.
guys, look, I'm the victim with this Ray thing, okay? Because she used that force power, took off my Jedi Mexican robe, and then she said, "Force choke me. I'm gonna force choke you, Daddy." I'm in. I mean, I can't say no after that.
Oh dear. Oh my
Lord.
God, that is so fucked up. So anyway, I guess I'll ask Rancor and Gary. I mean, what do you think about this shit? Is it bullshit? Is it? I don't think it matters because we're gonna get to the Mandalorian review, and that was just ungodly awful. But do you think that this is bullshit? Do you think that that it was crap, or do you think that this movie is real, or what are the odds?
Of her getting pregnant?
No, no.
When Mike's on the case, boy, you know.
Yeah,
you
we
know
gotta
it's
look
gonna
at
happen.
Oh, it's guaranteed.
Bullseye.
Oh my God. No. What? You know, I mean, no. I mean, shit. On Tatooine, you really got to be careful with that pregnancy stuff. It could just be, you know, that bump might just be a wayward Jawa. You might not be
Yeah, you
pregnant
never
at all.
know.
It might have just wandered into a, you know, what it thought was a nice cave, and you know.
Good Lord, it's going to turn into Alien.
No, he just climbs back out when he realizes a mistake. But go ahead, Rancor Steve. What were you gonna say?
When she walked out, it felt weird. It felt everything was just a little odd. It wasn't your big grandeur. Yeah, this is a new movie. It was just like walked out. I didn't know anything about it. This movie, I don't if they're gonna do it, I don't know if they just announced it just for the case of announcing it, so they can actually have time to actually write something out or something. I don't think they have anything planned. I think this is like a little bit of bullshit, but I mean, at the end of the day, I don't know much because I'm not in that miserable meeting listening to them yak or like a bunch of people on the View or whatever. I don't know. But I don't know. It just felt weird. That's all. It was like they like carted her out, like she was in our like forced to do this.
Yeah,
So, you know.
yeah. It was weird. Gary, any feedback on this?
First off, how's the sound? Because
It sounds good to me. I didn't.
A lot of
didn't
people
hear
were
you
saying
as
I was
too
loud. My microphone's upside down, so I'm a drunk idiot. I'm like actually turning it up when people are telling me to turn it the fuck down.
Oh,
I'm being
gotcha.
stupid. So hopefully, I think it's okay now. But we're talking about just the trailer, not in general. I have a general statement.
just about
the
the
announcement.
announcement
Yeah.
about the
Over
amazing
pregnancy.
Wonder Ray's movie.
I mean, the whole sequel trilogy was Ray's fucking movie. Was supposed to be Ray's movie. I'm very confused. I don't get it, but whatever. Does anybody give a fuck?
No.
Does anybody really give a shit?
Increasingly not.
Well, you see,
Increasingly
Gary,
not.
the problem with the sequel trilogy for Rey, if you're saying that was her story, they never gave her one until like at the last 5 seconds of Rise of Palpatine, where Rey
Until Mexican Iron Man knocked her up. Then she
Yeah,
had a
yeah,
story.
yeah. So now this will
Okay.
be the story of her life.
We need
her
a
love
gender
affair with
reveal
Mexican Iron.
movie.
Hey, Mexican Iron Man, you got another dependent. What are you worried about, man? It's all good.
Wait,
He was
wait,
almost
a gender
through, and now
reveal
he's got to
movie
go
for
back.
Rey?
Yay, Max is gonna be a big brother. Yay!
Steve,
Big
is
brother
that
to
a gender reveal
Skywalker.
for Rey or for the baby?
Sorry, I'm too drunk. I didn't hear that. What'd you say?
Go ahead.
I was just asking if Steve was saying that we needed a reveal party for Rey's gender or the baby's.
Oh,
For
yeah.
both, why not? We don't
Yeah,
know.
why not?
We don't-
We
Well,
don't
we
wanna
gotta
presume.
wait until the child is old enough to decide. So
We don't
that
wanna
could be a whole-
presume.
that's a whole
So
other
we're doing-
trilogy.
Okay,
That's a whole
first
other
of all,
trilogy.
you guys are missing a major plot line. Okay, first of all, I'm not the father. Take me out for a second. But let's just say
Bullshit,
they
you
actually
are.
go let's just say they go with this plot line, she gets pregnant. There's no way that she can be pregnant and have a kid. First, she's got to go through that self-discovery and she's got to transition first and become a Jedi
Wow.
dude, and then she can get pregnant, and then she can have the baby.
I see. It's a complicated process.
I think
you
you've
know.
forgotten
Well,
that
I
DC,
still
I,
haven't got it all
DC, if you
figured
look
out.
at her body language all weekend, I really think she was making shit up all weekend long.
Oh yeah,
Mm.
absolutely.
What, Kennedy?
Yeah, and
Yeah.
frankly, what was another nauseous thing about her all weekend long was how many times she said Dave, Dave this, Dave that, Dave Dave, Dave Dave, Dave Dave, Dave Dave, Dave. She never talked about Favreau.
Of course
So-
not.
So
No.
for all I know, he's on his way out the door. Favloni's like getting his little freaking little beta ass cowboy grip on that thing even harder. Because all she talked about is Dave, 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 Dave. Tom was on Midnight Sage After Dark, and we were like watching it. We were watching this video, and like literally, we stopped counting how many times. She's like Dave, 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 Dave.
Right. And he did stand
Interesting.
behind her during the Daisy Ridley announcement looking, I don't know, like
I think he's
like
been the
a
good little
licking lackey a little bit, maybe.
yeah, good looking
Yeah.
little beta ass cowboy biatch, and he's just been waiting this thing out, and Dave, 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 Dave. Anytime a question came up, she never talked about John. She never said John and Dave. It was Dave, 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 Dave. So for
Yeah.
those of you that are not Filoni fans, I think he's going to be. I think beyond KK, we're going to be stuck with him. And let's be blunt. God forbid she leaves with some executive producer deal. This chick might have her hands in this till the end of time, even if she's not an employee anymore. And I hope that's not the case, but it might be.
So I can just see it, like Kathleen Kennedy stands and says, "Yeah, Dave Filoni no longer. Rise, Darth Baloney."
Yep.
Dun dun dun. What do you
Yep.
think?
No.
Yeah, because then he turns, where's John? Is he all right? I'm afraid in your anger, you killed him. Oh, well. What do you
Dave
got going?
Filoni is Darth Baloney.
Oh my god. How about that fucking silhouette photo of him in the cowboy hat?
Wow.
Did you guys see that shit?
No.
Dude, Filoni's about as much of a fucking cowboy as Lizzo is a fucking Greek Olympian. Like fucking there was this image of him at the celebration and they showed it was supposed to be like a candid shot of Filoni and you could see like the silhouette of the cowboy hat and the light coming through as he's walking through the door. And the funniest part about the photo is that there's somebody behind Filoni in silhouette that's like this with a microphone. And it looks like, the mic is like,
Oh,
it's no, I'm not kidding. That's not a joke. Check it out.
Man.
It's actually really funny. The whole fucking thing was a joke, dude. The whole thing was a joke.
Oh dear. Well, so there you have it, folks. I am still going to have a conversation, like I've recorded it with Cameron Pashaw, and we will compare notes from our various Hollywood spies. I will let you know that the video that I did today, you should go check out, because apparently Disney is very unhappy about it, that I had all this viewership information. So I concatenated it episode by episode, and you can chart the downward trajectory of the ratings on The Mandalorian, which really doesn't surprise me. I mean, my God. I can directly if I could put a numeric value on my level of disappointment, the downward curve, I mean, it would mirror the ratings drop, and so I tend to believe this data. But go check it out, folks. It's a pretty interesting video. All right, guys. Before we get on to the Mandalorian review, let's go ahead and let's do a few super chats, shall we? All right, so let me actually, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and present the chat here while we're doing this. I always mean to do that, and I forget these things because I'm a busy guy and drinking heavily. All right, let's see. Chad Spradley has joined the channel membership at the Archvillain level. Thank you, Chad. We really appreciate you, man. And we will have an Archvillain live stream probably sometime next week or the week after, but definitely within the next 2 weeks. And I look forward to having you come on and chatting with you, my friend. Thank you. Matt G, who has been a Dominion for 32 months now. Thank you, Matt. Says, is Mando or Picard worse than X-Men Rockalypse? Crocalypse. I would say they're both worse than X-Men Acropolis. Crocalypse. But I would say Picard is absolutely the worst. There's little doubt about that in my mind, because it's absolutely just pissing all over everything that Star Trek is, was, or ever could be. It's shafting Roddenberry. It's shafting fans. I think Mandalorian's primary crime up to this point of episode 7 has been just sheer mediocrity sinking into crap. But Picard is infinitely worse, at least at this juncture, although they still got one more episode of Mando to go. They may beat Picard. They may actually beat Picard, but we'll see. Stone Racket with a $20 super chat. Thank you, Stone Racket. Says, after I showed Big Trouble in Little China to my youngest nephew, he asked me, what did you just show me? So I merely quoted John Carpenter in my response. An action adventure comedy kung fu ghost story monster movie. Well done, Stone Racket. Well, perhaps you can show our discussion about this to your youngest nephew when we're done with it, and perhaps it will clarify his confusion a little bit. Dixon Cider has been an arch villain of mine for 32 months now. God bless you, Dixon Cider. Dixon Cider says, hail panel and chat. Sorry I couldn't get Harvey his autograph of Koniko's sister because she had to cancel at the last minute. I did snag a few other autographs for you while I was there. I hope you enjoy. Dixon Cider, of course I will enjoy, and I will definitely convey your regrets to Harvey. Sorry about that, brother, but we really appreciate you thinking of us, man. And that's okay. We'll get it next time. But God bless you. And Harvey? Dixon Cider, you're the man, dude. You're the man. I can't wait to see whatever you came up with, and God bless you, dude. You're in Harvey's good books, Dixon Cider, and you're also in my good books. Cardinal Sin with a $1.99 super sticker of a pair, turning around and saying, hey, you, Cardinal Sin. Hail to you, brother. Thank you very much for being here tonight. And it is always good to hear from my homie, Cardinal Sin. What a great guy. We'll be doing something with him pretty soon, as a matter of fact, I imagine, on his Beyond the Fringe. So looking forward to that again. Da Form 581 with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Da Form 581 says, I have survived the barbarian hordes of kids during opening weekend of Mario. I work at a theater chain. Oh dear. That must mean it was jumping. And I'm glad to hear that, because Mario is a hell of a good project. And we're going to have two of our panelists give a little review about the Mario movie, folks. So be ready for that. Zontar with a $5.50 Canadian super chat. Thank you. Zontar says, no, NCU, Mario, Link, Samus, Falcon, and Star Fox have no business interacting. Let cinematic universes go away for a generation. No. Okay. Thank you, Zontar, for that. I guess we will discuss that as well. Thank you, my friend. Sean Carter with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Sean Carter. Says, hail DC. I noticed the other day that you recently passed 50 million views on your channel. Wow. Congrats. Huh? Is that true? Is that true, Sean Carter? 50 million views on my channel? Holy shit. I don't even know how you find out something like that. I had no idea. Wow. That's
yeah, it's over 50 million views right now.
God damn. How do you even find that? I have no idea.
When you go to your main page on YouTube, where it says like the channels and the about, it gives the date when you first started, and then it has the views.
I'll be darned.
So
wow.
Congrats. That's pretty cool.
Damn. Well, that's cool. And also today I hit 311,000 subscribers just today. So It hasn't all been a bad day, but enough of it was that it just, oh God, seeing Mandalorian really, oh my God, it just drove me to drinking early in the day, folks, early in the day. I'm a little bleary eyed right now, but we're going to get into that. Scott V, who's been a Doomentite for 12 months. Thank you, Scott, says, all hail Doomcock. Keep up the good work. Thanks, brother. I am doing the best I can. I'll do the best I can. Thank you, Scott V. Appreciate you being a member for a year now, my friend. Troy Neenan with a $2 Australian super chat. Thank you, Troy. Says, can you all react to a States fan-made video? Astates? I don't know. I don't know what the fan-made video is, Troy. What is it to? Does anybody know what this Astates fan-made?
No, but we definitely can't watch other channels' videos in the middle of a live stream. That's like a big YouTube no-no.
Okay, then I won't do that, Troy.
You could do a DC, but I don't recommend it.
No, I'm not going to do that. I tell you what, Troy, send me a link to it if you would. I'll go ahead and look at it, and I'll give you a review or reaction next week. But thanks, man. I appreciate you calling
Send it to me too on Twitter. I'll review it. I'll
Yeah. Send it to Mexican Iron Man Troy as well. DM us both. We'll see. We'll take a look at it. Thank you, Donnie Pearson, who was saying, congrats, my liege. Thanks. 15 million. That's amazing. Oh, Astartes. It's a Warhammer 40K video. Okay. Astartes Warhammer 40K. That's what it is. Thank you, Troy. We'll take a look at it. Wayu Hatan with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Wayu Hatan. Says, what's the prognosis on Star Wars, Doctor? It's dead, Jim. I think it feels like it's dead. It really does. For finally now, after seeing The Mandalorian, after hearing all this shit coming out of Star Wars Celebration, Cremation, I think it's just snuffed out the last flame of enthusiasm for this franchise, honestly. But shit, I was hoping that we'd have Echo Base Network here to help us out, discuss this, but I guess they're not going to make it. Maybe they passed out. Who knows? Gunstar One with a $15 super chat. Thank you, Gunstar One. Says, greetings, Starfighters. I'll repeat what I said on toxic femininity on Monday night. More Star Wars with Rey. Can't wait to miss that. Yeah, I know. I will miss that with a vengeance. I will miss that too with a vengeance. I will miss harder that. Thank you, Gunstar One. Nice comment, and thank you for your generosity, sir, in supporting the channel. Cesario JPN with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Cesario. Says, breaking news. Mel Brooks to star Lizzo as Pizza the Hutt's daughter in Spaceballs 2, The Search for More Money. Well, thank you for that, Cesario JPN. You heard it here, folks, first.
Man, maybe she'll put on a little weight for the role. What do you think?
She might. Or might put on a little weight with the role. 19657 with a $2 super chat. Thank you, my friend. Says, I'm 60 and swear to never watch this crap. Good job, London. Good job. That's the best alternative, if you can do it, is just to avoid this shit altogether. Don't let it clutter up your mental dojo. Don't let it pollute your fandom. Don't let it ruin your stories. That is, well, with age comes wisdom, sir. And I would say it sounds to me like you are wise. Thank you, London 19657. Troy Neenan with a $2 Australian super chat. Thank you, Troy. Says, Indy can't make its money back. Too over budget. Pretty much. I mean, from what I understand, well, how could it be? Like, after delaying a year, after having shot the thing, got it done, delayed a year, and done God knows how many other reshoots, and with the story booking, the scrap booking, and the fucking various endings, they have spent a mint on this damn thing. A mint. So no, it's not going to make money. It's not going to make money. No way. Disney Sheepherder with a $7.77 super chat. Thank you, Disney Sheepherder. Says, now we have two Harrison Ford questions for the Geek Verse. Did Han shoot first? And does the real Indy, Harrison Ford, actually act in his own movie, or is it CGI? Is it real or Memorex? I don't know, Disney Sheepherder. I guess we'll have to see. But I bet you, shit, I wouldn't be surprised if a good 30% of Indiana Jones in that movie is a cartoon. I would not be surprised at all. I guess we'll have to see. Michael Beacom, hail to you, Michael. It's good to see you, man, with a $5 super chat. He says, the only good thing about Indy 5 is I have learned to appreciate Temple of Doom so much more than I used to. Yeah, I did have problems with Temple of Doom. I've learned to love it as a kind of a generic pulp action movie. As opposed to an actual Indiana Jones movie. I think it's more of kind of a generic pulp adventure guy because there's just too much about that movie that doesn't ring true as a prequel to Indy. I can enjoy it on its own terms without worrying about that. Gob, G-O-B with a $2 super chat. Thank you. Gob says you should produce a new epic yourselves. Well, we may. Gary Ambrosia and I talk about it all the time. It may well happen. I'm just telling you right now. I would lay money on the fact that me and Gary and various members of this community are going to make a movie before all is said and done. That's my prediction. Lord of the Eagles Reaches, who's been a Dumentide of mine, a channel member for 40 months now. Thank you, Lord of the Eagles Reaches. Says, hail DC, I just can't watch anything that frelling tosser Kennedy is involved in. Wise. Well said and well done. Congratulations. We need more people who think like you. Casey Osowski gifted 5 Overlord DVD members channel today. Thank you, Casey Osowski, the great and amazing Casey Osowski. And by the way, since I don't know how long Casey can stay up, Casey, he generally goes to bed early. He also sent a $50 super chat of great generosity, which means that Casey Osowski is an executive producer tonight on Pop Culture Breakdown. And the great Casey Osowski said, hail all. It's bad for Disney when these days we don't agree. We don't argue. Is this movie going to suck? But instead, we simply say, how badly will this movie suck? And that's true. That's absolutely true. That's exactly how I feel at this point. There's no debating that this movie is going to stink. It's going to reek to fucking high heaven. The question is, how bad is it going to stink? And is it going to emasculate, humiliate, and replace the star of the movie? And that's a terrible fucking thing to go into a screening, wondering what terrible things they're going to do to your hero. Disney, if you're listening, you might want to consider that as one of the many reasons why people are unsubscribing to Disney Plus and people aren't going to see Disney movies anymore. Parks are, in decline, especially the Galactic Star Cruiser Hotel, which is basically down to operating 1 or 2 days a week or some shit. It's just fucking, oh my God, you people, pull your head out of your ass and get with the game. You are losing big time, and it's all your fucking fault. God almighty, for God's sakes, wake up and smell the fucking coffee. Big Daddy MRI gifted 20 Overlord DVD memberships to this channel. Thank you very, very much, Big Daddy MRI. God bless you. God bless you. We really appreciate that. Wow, we've got 46 new members tonight, folks.
Wow.
46 new channel members. Isn't that amazing? And Troy Neenan with a $5 Australian super chat says WDW was able to get Arch Warhammer to talk about the hobby. How are you going to top that? I don't know that we're going to try. I don't know much about Warhammer. I know that I'm going to learn about Warhammer, and I'm going to be watching, Cavill's take on Warhammer 40K, which may just propel it. I mean, who knows? Warhammer 40K may turn out to be the next Star Wars, for God's sakes. I hope so. But thanks, Troy. Appreciate that. Alaric Harrowson with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you. Alaric says, I agree with Gary on the Indy 5. Stones is the wrong tone. a California sound like Mama's and Papa's California Dreaming or Eagles Hotel California works. Well, Alaric, the problem with Hotel California, at least, is that was in the 70s. So that would be the wrong time period. But I hear you. I hear you. David Krantz, excuse me. David Krantz with a $20 super chat. Thank you, David Krantz. Excuse me. Got something in my throat. David Krantz says, KK is the way to the Lucasfilm grave. Star Wars, Willow, and soon Indy will join them. What does Lucasfilm have left? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Also, Howard the Duck is a Marvel IP, so they really do have nothing left. Yeah, KK has basically been the, I don't know, the Afghanistan of, Lucasfilm franchises, where Lucasfilm IPs go to die. She is the Afghanistan in that particular regard. Yeah, Howard the Duck, I guess, because that's kind of Marvel, Yeah, I don't think that will be subjected to the same level of pain. Demo Man Chaos, been a Dumentite for 33 months. Thank you, Demo Man Chaos. Says the Ray Palpatine movie is just like all those Star Trek projects Klutzman has pretended exist and are claimed for the same reason, holding power. Yeah, in fact, it may actually be true. I've been holding off on this story for a while, looking for confirmation, but it may be that old Kurtzman overreached on announcing a Section 31 show, and that he lied about having Michelle Yeoh, or whatever her name is, signed up after she won, the Academy fucking Award. She may have told him to go fuck himself, in which case I hear Paramount's not happy with his ass. But I'm holding off on reporting anything about that until I get some more information. TLJ Screwjob has renewed their channel membership at the Dominion level. Thank you, TLJ Screwjob. All right. Well, I guess there's nothing else that we can do about it. I tell you what, before we get to before we go ahead and get to reviewing The Mandalorian, well, Gary has stepped out. So maybe we will do Mandalorian. Because afterwards, Gary and I believe Rancor Steve are going to talk about the Mario movie. So I'm looking forward to that. Some good news, a breath of fresh air for all of us here who are suffering. But, oh my God, Mandalorian, folks. This fucking episode of The Mandalorian, I believe, sounds a death knell for Star Wars. At the end of this fucking episode, we see the Praetorian Guards from Lastest Jedi. We hear the name Hux uttered in the beginning when we're talking about, we need to talk to General Hux or something. I guess it's Hux's father, his daddy or something. It looks more and more like we are heading for the Disney sequel trilogy. And I said, when I see that stop coming up, I'm getting off the fucking bus. And I recommend everybody get off the fucking bus before that happens. But beyond that, as if like the worst part of the episode, is not returning to the sequel trilogy, as bizarre as it sounds. One thing on this episode that made me cringe every fucking time that I looked at it, it was fucking horrendous. I hated this episode so goddamn much. I can't even tell you. You know why? IG-11. Remember how IG-11 was so awesome in the first season of Mandalorian? Really great character, really interesting. I felt very bad when he basically pulled a Terminator 2 and died like saving them. And I really liked that character. Just as it was getting good, of course, they kill him. So anyway, at the beginning of this season, there, Mando was saying, I'd like to get him rebuilt and reactivated. I'm going to need him. So, they're looking around for the processor for him and trying to get him rebooted. Well, guess what they do now? They have hollowed out his corpse. He only has basic motor abilities now. They hollowed out his fucking chest. And then they have baby fucking Yoda riding around in his chest, working him like a mech.
Sounds like a metaphor for Star Wars.
A hollowed out piece of shit. That exactly, Andy Masterson, and welcome to the show. So basically, this is a 50-plus-year-old senior citizen that still hasn't learned how to say yes, no, or da-da. And they're going to trust him to drive a killer mech around. And so every fucking time that I saw IG-11 staggering around like some Frankenstein reanimated corpse with fucking Grogu driving him, so fucking cute, it just made me want to throw up my own goddamn nuts. I fucking hate that so much. Grogu should not be there. IG-11's hollowed out dead corpse should not be there. Bo-Katan, it's now her fucking show entirely. You got Mando reporting to her. Basically, McQueen, I don't want it. He's basically become Jon Snow now. This episode stinks. Just fucking stinks. I am so sick of Grogu. So fucking sick of Grogu. He has overstayed his welcome. They have stripped down the Mandalorian, taken his pride, taken his leadership. When he handed fucking Bo-Katan his Darksaber last episode, he was handing over his masculinity to her. And now he's just her lapdog. But it's okay because he got captured by the Praetorian Guard, so he's probably going to get killed in the next episode. Spoiler. I mean, I don't know that for a fact, but we've heard that maybe they've been emphasizing Bo-Katan all this time because she is literally going to take over the show. And they've even been having like Grogu hang around with her dumbass to go ahead and get us used to that idea that they have a relationship now. Fuck this shit. I am so unhappy that Echo Base Network isn't here to rant about this. But I think they're out of ideas. I think that Jon Favreau, for whatever reason, has completely given up because I can't imagine that he would have written this stuff if he gave a damn about this anymore. Fuck me. I am fucking so disgusted with this. And then on top of all the shit coming out of Star Wars Cremation 2023 over in London, I just feel like what the fuck is left? What the fuck is left? I don't think there's anything here, folks. I don't think there's a slim fucking chance that Ahsoka will maybe do something where it's a multiverse and, get things shifted or on track, or they may do JR, is not dead, old Patrick, what's his name, steps out of the shower, Patrick Duffy, and everything's rewritten and reset. I don't know. But right now, my personal feeling is bail on this shit and make them absolutely prove, like actually release the movie, release the show where this shit is fixed. Otherwise, assume it's not going to be, because I think now the writing is on the wall. So I know, Gary, you didn't see this episode.
No, I skipped it today. What's the point?
Well, you couldn't see it. You were busy. Rancor Steve, did you see it or did you skip it?
I skipped it for good reasons. I'm kind of getting tired of this watching shows that we hate, and we're going through a lot of things. It's driving me nuts. It's to the point where you make a show and you do the first season's really good and the second season it's decent, it's watchable, and then you do this crap, and then the main character's Mandalorian. It's Mando. It's a dude. And then all of a sudden you just fucking just go, hey, we're gonna make it now a female. I'm getting pretty sick and tired of just watching these shows over and over and just dealing with all these things. It drives me nuts. It heats me up to a point where I can't even think straight. I'm tired of it. I'd rather watch good shows like The Rabbit Hole, Tulsa King, Yellowstone, something else that's gonna make me feel a lot better. That hey, I'm watching something quality. It's gone down the drains. It's we keep watching these shows and watching them and watching them, and in hopes that maybe it's gonna be good. It ain't gonna get any fucking better. It's not. They've ruined it. It's like an ex-girlfriend. It's a band-aid. You got to get fucking rid of it. It's this point where we're just telling everybody, hey, this is what sucks about it. This is what sucks about it. At some point, you got to think, hey, fucking let's not watch it anymore.
Well, yeah, but you can't do that when you're on YouTube because we do it for other people.
Why not?
Well, because then what do we do? Anyway, that's not how we're going to proceed on this. I mean, even if I hate it, there's still an obligation to take a look at it. At least we're in the home stretch on it because that's the name of the game. That's what we got to do. Douglas Nelson, what do you say about this shit?
Well, all of the above, you know. I mean, it had a lot of action in it and some shootouts. Yeah, it was terrible. But hey, you know what? You actually did get to hear Grogu talk through the dead corpse. Yeah, and wasn't it funny when he said no, and yes.
Oh my God! For those of you who don't know what we're talking about, they wired a button inside, two buttons inside IG-11's dead body, where Grogu can say no or yes, kind of like a Christopher Pike in his chair.
Yeah.
Only Christopher Pike had the excuse of being, horribly burned in a radiation accident and being completely paralyzed as to why he can't talk. What's Grogu's fucking excuse? You're 50 fucking years old, sonny. Either talk or get off the fucking pot. Anyway, go ahead, Douglas Nelson.
Yeah. It's another. They keep having problems of not explaining their characters and having at least some amount of backstory for them. But it's a lost cause at this point. I think Favreau is paid off in NDA'd, and that's that. And when the contract runs out, he'll move on. Probably maybe jump ship to Warner Brothers or something. Who knows? But and then, of course, on top of this is the sequel trilogy nods were in it, and just full on. There is no doubt whatsoever now. It's just all there, along with little drips and drabs that they're picking out of the EU and trying to stick it back in with references to Thrawn and all that type of stuff. And so as it is now, I see what they're doing is not retconning any of the sequel trilogy. They're trying to prop it up with a backstory setup and framework that the sequel trilogy should have done itself, but didn't because it was a piece of crap, lazy slap job exercise. And but that goes right back to my illustration that it's a great pot of soup, but there's a turd in it, and they're saying, well, just spoon around it. And that's what they're going to do with this, and and give up this backstory about how the First Order happened and the cloning and all this stuff. And then, okay, let's skip to the future. And it's just that's not going to work because you can't fix the sequel trilogy. It's done. And short of that, and then maybe Ahsoka will do something. Even if it does, it's probably like it'll acknowledge a multiverse and, hey, you guys can go back and enjoy Legends. And, it's just,
right.
And I think this is Kennedy scratching and clawing and trying to set up things and locking Lucasfilm into something so that she can survive in some form or fashion when they sell it. Which I don't really see that working out all that great. So, yeah, look, if there's some plan to fix it down the road and they do, great. But the clock's run out as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
I don't see anything coming in here. At best, even at the point I was like, well, maybe Mandalorian will give you some good space cowboy. No, can't have that. So
not even that.
Because I think Pascal's not there anymore. He's phoning it in because he doesn't have to be there. And he's probably going to move on. And so, hey, Katie, want to do a show? Yeah, all right. And so she comes in. But even that they can't handle well. They get her character. Oh, she's great and wonderful. The most blatant and obvious trap they walk right into. And just, it's again, another example of these shows that not only they never respected the canon of the product that they spent billions for, but at the same time, they can't even respect what they're doing. They can't respect their own characters or any of that. It's just constant lazy slap job stuff. So it just it pales in comparison to the first two seasons.
No, yeah, it's almost like it's written by an entirely different guy, but they're all credited to Jon Favreau.
Yeah, well, does that mean anything anymore? I mean, because it's a sabotage show. Whatever his plan was, no, John, you can't do that, and there's no plan B. So it's like, he's gonna go to Mandalore and stuff, and they do that in 5 seconds, and it's no big deal.
And then on his great odyssey to Mandalore, Bo-Katan saves his dumbass twice.
Yeah. So it's like it's basically Filoni's project because he's pumping up his characters, but not very well. So there's nothing here.
Yeah.
And if there's some plan to wait out Kennedy for her to go away and then they're going to right the ship. Yeah. It's too late.
Yeah. I think it is. And welcome, Nick of Echo Base Network. It's good to see you, man.
Sorry I'm late, guys. I was watching this episode for the second go around, trying to take notes and figure out trying to remember some spots, and it put me to sleep. And Mixing Iron Man just woke me up.
That's all right. Well, we will let you go last. You'll have the last word, and you can go ahead and rant. We'll give you a chance to have a little coffee or something.
DC, Nick sold me out that I pinged him and woke him up and rolled him out. I'm like, get over here.
Yeah. I was like, oh crap. Well, what time is it? 8:30.
Yeah.
Well, thanks, Nick. We will save you for last. We'll save you. Let's also, Andy, it's great to see you as well, my friend. Great to have you. And Douchebag Kyla, we will also come to you in a minute, but I want to get Mexican Iron Man's take on this. Mike, what did you think of that damn episode? Did you see it?
Yeah. If there's a civil war inside Lucasfilm for the solo Star Wars, our side is losing or has lost, or it will be a long time before they regain hope. Before hope is regained. This thing sucked. I mean, look, I got a funny thing to say. You know what I thought about when he was inside the when Grogu's inside, the little
IG-11.
IG-11. First of all, it's just gross. Like if they're gonna do that, they should just pick a whole new droid or build them. It's just so lazy, stupid. Let's bring him back. It's just lazy storytelling. It's stupid. It shows how idiotic. I don't give a shit if Favreau's name is listed as a writer. He gets the accountability, but he must have a joke of a writer's room just dialing this shit in and just screwing around. But what I thought about is like, wait a minute. If Grogu, who's obviously a baby, right, because he can't talk.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Any of us who have had kids know Grogu's basically maybe the equivalent of 8 months to a year and a half at best.
But 50.
Yeah, exactly. At best. I'm like, so what does that mean when he goes to the robot bar? Is that is he going to get carded? Is he going to get drink? It's just I was thinking of this is just so fucking ridiculous. I thought literally the next scene was going to be him going into the bar and getting a drink in his mecha outfit. Katie Sackhoff, look, I love this woman since the first time I saw her in Battlestar Galactica.
Yeah.
For me to get to a point where I'm sick of seeing Katie Sackhoff, even as a Mandalorian, like, you have lost your way, because Mexican Iron Man likes himself some redheads and likes himself some Katie Sackhoff. But you know what? I'm sick and tired of seeing her save the day. I'm done. I'm out. This thing was awful. And look, the fact of the matter is that, yeah, maybe I'm watching it and not having a good time watching it, but my job as being on YouTube is to cover this. And if we're in a pop culture war, then this is where I'm going to disagree with Steve. Is that if we're in a pop culture war, well, we have to engage. And right now, for us, engaging is watching some of the stuff and reporting on it for no other reason than so people don't have to, and so that we hold these studios accountable for what they did. This thing is off the rails. I don't know where things are going. But, we place so much value in KK being gone. Her being gone doesn't mean we're going to get anything good.
Right.
I mean, I am convinced that between Filoni and whatever other wackos are there, Star Wars is still dead. The sooner that we realize that this is like what Doomcock started the show with, the cremation, I think the happier we'll all be and let go of everything. There is so much sequel trilogy crap laced all over this thing. Fixing it, retconning it, this and that. Look, I absolutely think there are people inside Lucasfilm that want good Star Wars like we do. But guess what? In this Civil War, we are losing. And even if KK gets knocked off the board like a queen, I don't believe that we're going to get anything good. Just like I don't believe Disney as a company is going to get saved. And for me, I do not have a long-term view. I do not have 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 years to wait around for this shit. What am I going to be, Doomcock? 87 years old with my great-grandchildren be like, oh, my God, they finally did a good movie.
Right.
No, I've got a 10-year-old today that I want to celebrate the joys of Star Wars. And for it has been true, it is true, and it shall always be true that me and my son's enjoyment of Star Wars is literally limited to the prequels and the original trilogy. And that's what I got to say about that.
Absolutely. And, I detect a certain kind of sadistic Schadenfreude among a certain bunch of YouTubers that in that reveal themselves to be self-aggrandizing posers that never were on the side of fans. They don't really want Star Wars to be good. They don't want Star Trek to be good. All they want is to be able to bitch about it and grift off of their complaining. The reason that I stuck trying to fight this fight, like Don Quixote, perhaps tilting at windmills, but I care. I genuinely care about this. And that's why I have given Disney every benefit of the doubt. I have tried to look at this thing positively. I have offered constructive criticism, and I have held out until the point where I am fairly convinced now that there's very little argument that they're not heading towards the sequel trilogy. And that was my exit. I said it, I meant it. And at the point where even Jon Favreau, this is Favreau's show. And if we're seeing it at this point, then I think it's time to go ahead and say, you know what? This far and no farther, until they concretely prove, demonstrate, show us that they're taking a different direction, a wildly different direction. Then I think it's incumbent upon us to say, yeah, okay, well, we gave this a good try, but this is bullshit. That's my opinion. It's a difference between being Don Quixote and tilting at windmills and fighting as hard as you can for the impossible dream. But when you see, even through your Don Quixote haze, that dream is truly impossible at this point, looking like it's truly impossible, that's when you can be a realist and step back and say, well, we will go on to fight on a different front. I will keep reporting on this stuff, but I don't have a whole lot of hope at this point. Andy Masterson, anything you would like to say about did you see the episode?
I didn't watch this. I had every intention to, but I saw all the leaks going on Twitter because I was up late last night working on some stuff when it had aired on the West Coast, or I guess everybody who was still up watched it, and I saw some of the leaks. And it's been cumulative. I go back to being a little kid at I'm just thinking about this as Mike's talking about his son. I was that age when 1976 I discovered Marvel Comics. In 1977 Star Wars came out. For a lonely little kid sitting in his room where all you had was your toys and your fantasy that like you get this and like you could read Star Wars comic books and things and like you could just imagine what this is going to be and then who knew that the holiday special would be the precursor to things to come, as a high point. And I watched this, and I had the luxury of going through this with my kids, like especially my son, who really took to the prequel trilogy, and I could enjoy it through his eyes and watching that sense of wonder that I had. And I turn on the computer today and I see all this stuff, and I see the things from Celebration, like where you're going to bring back Rey, you're going to bring back, which tells me like you're so friggin' out of touch. You've ruined Marvel Comics for me, Disney. You've ruined Star Wars for me. You've done this stuff. Dave Filoni is the biggest friggin' grifter in the world. He's a goddamn fan fiction writer that's only concerned in promoting his own fan fiction, putting it out there. I sat through the Clone Wars because my son liked watching him, and I would sit down there and watch it with him. And I would just kind of cringe every time he violated like what was really a George Lucas canon. And I don't want to hear any of this shit that George Lucas anointed him. Like, George Lucas has the worst track record of picking people to be on his side than anybody in the friggin' universe. Like, there's nobody that he's ever surrounded himself with except maybe Gary Kurtz, who was looking forward to making like a true vision of this. Everybody else has just jumped on the bandwagon to twist it and get their own jollies out for it. Every time he's got a chance, like, and then I see the Heir to the Empire series. What are you doing? You're bumping Luke out of the way and you're putting Ahsoka front and center. Of course you are, Filoni, because that's all you give a shit about is because it's your creation. It's like, well, it's your chance to be like, this shit's going to tank. And Dave Filoni is going to be like, you know what it is? It's Kathleen Kennedy's the one, when the Star Destroyer is crashing into the second Death Star there, it's like, she was driving at the very last minute. She says, here, Dave, you drive, you take it the rest of the way in and crash in there. And they're all going to sit around like, gee, I wonder what happened. And I heard all this stuff. And then when I heard that point in the Mandalorian episode here with Hux, where it's leading directly into the sequel trilogy, I couldn't find in me the enthusiasm to even watch this thing because I knew what it was going to do to me. I knew how pissed off I was going to get at this friggin' shit. These idiots, they can see, like I watched your video today, Doomcock, and you're talking about like, you're absolutely right. All the concern is they're friggin' like, oh, look at all the money that it made. These goddamn idiot executives who don't understand it's not about when you see an empty shelf in the store, it's not how much you sold. It's how much you could have sold if that shelf was full.
Yeah.
The merchandising, all the money you've pissed away with this. The people, I look around and here's something like, I'm going to share a screen here if I can get this thing right. Okay. Okay, I'm sharing the screen here. This is Hot Toys brand new Darth Vader figure. It's a deluxe thing. It comes with the effect where you can see him lighting up inside as he's throwing the Emperor down the shaft.
Right.
I want this thing so friggin' bad, but I refuse to buy it because I don't want to give these sons of bitches a cent.
Buy it third party.
All I wanted was like an episode 2 Anakin, which finally just got released. And I saw this Vader and like, holy shit, that's really cool. And then I hear this stuff. I hear what they're doing. Like they're going to double down and go on this. You know what? Disney deserves to tank, I will not give them a friggin' cent. I won't give them like the time of day, like this is what they're doing. The insult that they've done to the fans, the insult to to think about this. They're going to start a new friggin' series with Rey to put her in the exact same spot that Luke was at the end of Return of the Jedi.
Yeah.
To start a new Jedi Order, because like, oh look, I don't need no man. You can't do it right. Step out of the way and let a woman do it. Like, you know what, Kathleen Kennedy? If I were a woman and I were looking at what you've done, and you're putting yourself out there as an example of what kind of a job a woman can do, I wouldn't want to be associated with you, because you've tanked the friggin' Golden Goose. You've tanked this thing that was unsinkable. It's the goddamn Titanic. The legend of all franchises, like Spaceballs made this merchandising. Everybody knew it. Everybody copied it. And it was the successful pattern. And these idiots aren't smart enough to recognize when they got a friggin' piece of shit on their hands and to separate themselves from it, and they double down. And Iger tied himself to this sequel trilogy bullshit, so he's not going to change it, because his ego is so goddamn huge. He thinks that he should lead the world with all of his ideas. He's going to go on there and tell people like, well, we're going to get on our programming and tell you how you should raise your kids and stuff like that. You know what? Disney has become the most evil, despicable, narcissistic thing I've ever seen in my life. All they're concerned about is like, I don't know what George Lucas did to Kathleen Kennedy. I don't know whether she came on to him one day and he blew her off and that offended her or whatever, but she has gone out of her way to destroy every single thing that this man's created. And I hope that this train wreck keeps going down. I hope that, like, I love seeing what a job that Mario Brothers has done, because it signals to them like, guess what, Disney, your parks that are been your cash cow, the things floating you upward, that's going away too, because everybody's leaving you. Nobody wants what you're peddling. And these idiots, and I don't think that at this point there's anything that can be done to save it. It's too far entrenched. These people don't care. They're zealots, and they're so consumed with spreading their message that they don't give a shit about fans. They know better than everyone else. They think that they think their brains are so big, right? Like, from the prequels, like these idiots, like, at some point I'm going to watch this thing. Last week, with everything that went on, I got caught up. I watched 3 episodes in a row. And then I watched that friggin' Lizzo episode, and I'm like, and then I get the news from Celebration, and I get all this stuff. Like, I'm just so sick to my stomach about what Star Wars was. And like, and this is going to be your future of it. You know what? Bring it on. Double down. I want to see you do it. You know what? I want to see, like, these idiots can't even tell that friggin' Star Wars was, there's no good and evil. Are you kidding me? Like, that's the thing that you're putting out there? That's what you got out of this? And that sums up Disney right there. And we've seen it over and over again. They identify more with the villain because they are the villain. They are that evil son of a bitch that thinks that they're right and they got all the answers.
True.
Thanks,
So
Andy.
I'm sorry,
said.
but
No, I understand. I hear you, and I echo what you said, man. We've got to say goodbye to Mexican Iron Man. Not goodbye forever, but just for tonight. It's tax season, and he's got to go. Mike, thank you for being here. Any final words?
Hey, just it's a long war to save pop culture, and that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to save pop culture so that our next generations can continue. We might lose an IP here or there, but it's a long battle, and we keep fighting. Thanks for having me, DC. I'll be back to for the whole show starting next week. I just got to get through this weekend. Thanks for having me, everybody.
Thanks, Mike.
Later,
God
Mike.
bless you.
See you
Take
later,
care,
Mike.
brother.
Good,
Later.
Mike.
And Douglas, you've got an appointment that you've got to go to. So please plug away or say whatever you'd like to say to wrap this up.
Well, a final note on the whole Star Wars situation. It's like the sequel trilogy was not just bad; it was cruel and spiteful. and that's going to stick around for a very long time. Plus the fact that the stupidity of missing their Beatles reunion moment is just it's just going to go down as one of the great blunders of all time. But anyway, yeah, I got to go, unfortunately. But the channel is the Nelson Ratings. You can check out my reviews there. The comic book is Night Night, available at indieplanet.com. And you could be holding a copy like Gary is right there. Yeah, you can enjoy Night Night. Based on my audio plays that I feature on my podcast, The Mr. Nelson Show, over at radiomisfits.com or wherever you get your podcast. And of course, you can keep up with me at the nelsonratings.locals.com. No, it is not Craigslist.
Oh man!
I'm sorry.
No wonder you're
Looking for an
Live.
NSA hookup with a nerdy intellectual that was a former Star Wars fan.
I'll wear the Night Night outfit.
I bet you own one.
Yes. All right. Always a pleasure to be here. Thanks for having me on, Doomcock. And wish it were better circumstances for Star Wars, but well, wish and hoping is not a strategy,
We made the best of it.
Yeah, we did as good as we could.
Yeah.
And if you're wondering about checking out The Mandalorian, don't.
Yeah.
2-word review. Shit,
It's gone
sandwich.
down the toilet. Yes. A little spinal tap there.
If you want to check out The Mandalorian, go to Ollie's. That's where it'll be.
Yeah. And thank God we only have one more episode, and then we'll probably never have to. It'll probably be canceled. I mean, God knows.
They'll keep going as long as there's plenty of change in the cushion, and they'll chase that. But the numbers don't lie. I mean, that was their golden goose, and they cut its head off.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, that was their kind of flagship show. That was their.
And at one point, it saved them. It brought Star Wars back. That was their one moment.
Yeah.
And couldn't help themselves. Had to just flush it down the commode, and they sure did. So
unfucking believable.
Yeah.
Unfucking believable. Thank you, Douglas. Mr. Nelson, Douglas Nelson, ladies and gentlemen. Good luck tomorrow, and we will be in touch, brother. Only one to go. Thank God.
Yeah. All right. Have a good night, everybody.
See you, Douglas.
Good night.
See you later.
Good night.
Good night.
Let's have douchebag Kylo, and then we will have Nick sound off with a final shovel of dirt on the Mandalorian, and then we're going to go to Gary and Steve, who have seen the Mario movie. But douchebag Kylo, what'd you think about the Mandalorian this episode?
I'm trying not to. You asked me if I'd watched it, and I said yeah, because I had. But then I got to thinking, I'm having trouble remembering anything worth talking about in this. I was bored. I didn't fall asleep, but man, I was just bored and found myself doing other stuff. I will point out that they did have the decency to rename IG-11 to IG-12. Yeah, and when Mando says IG-11, then no, he's 12 now. Don't use the wrong designation. I'm looking at the card right now, and this one is credited. The writing is credited to Favreau and Filoni. Now, I think that what I think's going on is after the whole garbage with Book of Boba Fett, Jon Favreau just mentally checked out, and he's, quiet quitting, just doing the bare minimum. And I think what's gone wrong with Mando this season is probably, and it's just a guess, but it's probably just Dave Filoni. And I think Andy's right. I think he's a grifter. I think he's just wherever he thinks the sea of change is going, he's gonna latch on to whatever boat he thinks is going to go the right way. And so I think he's been trying to play up to both John and Kathy this whole time. And yeah, all he gives a shit about, it seems, is his characters, his female characters. which I have no idea, but my gut instinct is he's another male feminist. And
He drinks Bud Light. Let's call it.
he drinks Bud Light and probably hangs out with
On
Joss
clearance.
Whedon on the weekends, and it's just. But I looked at the bang bang pew pew scene at the end, and I'm going, why did they even spend the money to make these new Beskar clad dark trooper thing? It's like they look nothing like any stormtrooper or trooper we've ever. It's like nobody's gonna buy those toys.
No.
Nobody's gonna buy those toys. They're never gonna make it to the shelf. And if they do make it to the shelf, they're just gonna sit there and collect it. Why are they? They just don't know how to do this.
Hey, douchebag Kyle, a quick point on that note. I was just in Target, and guess what? The only Mandalorian toy that was on the shelf that was left? Dark
What?
Troopers.
Really?
Yeah.
Were they weren't the ones?
You
from
mean
this
the original
episode
ones?
No, whatever the fucking new shit is from Mando.
Oh, wow.
with the gray?
I didn't even know
and
it was
the-
out.
oh.
I don't know. Does it? The shit's on clearance. No bullshit.
Well, then it's probably
I'm not kidding.
Yeah,
And it's probably like the Dark Troopers from the original, like season 2.
yeah.
Because I don't think they'd
But-
be on clearance already when they just debuted it
There.
today.
Okay, listen, man. Okay, I don't want to interrupt Kylo here, but I'm telling you guys, the Hasbro Star Wars stuff is on clearance at Target. I made a specific point to look at every single little tag, and the stuff that was on clearance was all Star Wars and Mando stuff.
Yeah. No, I
Well, it's 'cause
absolutely believe
they
that.
won't
No
even-
Yeah.
bullshit.
They didn't
Check it
even
yourself.
make
No, I believe you, of
episode
course.
9 toys. I mean, at least they came to their senses and didn't even bother to make
Right.
episode 9 toys. But it's just so ridiculous. They would have sold more Grogu toys if they'd kept him out of the series. The mystery and when's he going to be back? And this is how I get my Grogu fix. I go buy a sweatshirt. I go buy a hoodie. I go buy a talking. Well, they don't have a talking Grogu, but a cooing Grogu.
Yeah,
It's
Grogu
shit.
can't talk, so
Yeah.
the only way to make Grogu talk is to stand behind him and
But
ventriloquize.
while everybody else was talking, I turned off the sound and played back the episode again just to see, what did I miss here? It's just like there's just nothing here. Yeah. I caught the Commandant Hux reference and the reference to Thrawn, and okay, they're trying to bridge the gap, and I'm really starting to agree with you, boss, that the retcon and decanonization of the sequel trilogy ain't going to happen. The only way that's ever going to happen is if somebody pries cold dead Star Wars from the cold dead hands of Disney and revives it that way. As long as it's in as long as it's in Disney's hands, period. This is I can't remember who in Xanadu coined it, but this is Star Wars.
Yeah, Star Wars. I think that's
there's nothing else
Disney
here.
sheep herder.
Yeah.
Gary, when you went to the store, so all of the Star Wars shit was on discount. Did they have any shit that wasn't discounted?
Well, Legos are never discounted.
Well, yeah, Legos
But
actually.
you asked.
regardless.
That was what was not discounted
Wow.
technically, but the rest of it, I'm telling you guys, was on clearance.
Oh no, I totally believe you. I
Yeah.
totally believe you. It's just, wow. That's fucked up.
Yeah. Sad.
It is sad, but that's the way it goes. Nick of Echo Base Network. Nick, go ahead and tell us your thoughts on this fucking Mandalorian episode, and even on the Star Wars cremation 2023.
Oh man, how do I follow up after what Andy said?
Right.
Well said, buddy. Well said.
Absolutely.
Like
Indeed.
my brain hurts just thinking about it. So we streamed a total of 28 hours over the weekend covering Celebration.
Wow.
And it is just a garbled mess of all the different things that came out. So much stuff happened at Celebration, and not really anything good. The Ahsoka trailer, visually, I thought it looked okay, but they're going to totally bastardize the Heir to the Empire books. They're basically taking Luke's story and everything that was in that, and basically giving it to Filoni's giving it to Ahsoka, and then after seeing this latest episode of the Mandalorian, which was leaked to me, and everything that was told to me happened in the episode, so I wasn't surprised by the stuff that happened in it, and I'm now 100% convinced that fraudulent creators are in charge of Disney Star Wars.
Yeah.
Because
Yep.
this is an absolute dumpster fire. I did take a few positives from the episode. It wasn't the worst episode of the entire season. I thought the visuals looked good, which Star Wars has never really looked bad. I mean, even the sequel trilogy looked good. The music by John Williams was good. I mean, you can always cherry pick, but some decent stuff out of it. But the story and it basically confirming that all this is leading to the sequel trilogy, it's over. To quote one of the best characters in entertainment history, it's dead, Jim.
Yeah.
It is dead. And to have a Star Wars channel at this point in time is going to be hard.
Yeah, I know, man.
It is going to be hard. At this point, like I am like on mission to basically rally people to do exactly what Andy said. Don't give them your money.
Absolutely.
Vote with your wallet. Look what voting with your wallet's done to Bud Light. The same thing can be done with Disney.
Mhm.
And a part of me is kind of glad that they're doing this, because now I can enjoy watching it burn
Right.
to the ground.
Right.
I can watch Kennedy's failure be complete.
Yes. Well, that's
Um,
been my whole channel. I mean, I've said,
Yeah.
without respect, we reject, and you should absolutely close your wallet to Disney.
Yeah.
Close your wallets to Paramount. As long as they're abusing these properties, these modern myths, then the only way that we can vote is with our wallet.
Yep.
And
Exactly.
we've got to absolutely not give them a penny. I haven't given them any money since Rogue One, when I bought a ticket and I bought the U-wing fighter Hot Wheels model, and that was it. That's the last Star Wars shit I bought from them.
Yep. Last thing I bought from the store was a Lego TIE bomber.
Mhm.
And I bought that for me and my nieces and nephews to build together, because they like the cartoons and stuff, and it was fun. But I've never paid for Disney Plus ever a day in my life. I'll never go to those parks.
Right.
Not buying
Never.
any of the toys. If I go see any of the movies to review for the channel, I'll buy a ticket to another movie and then accidentally walk into the wrong theater.
Right.
But yeah, I'm not giving them another cent. I was so infuriated after Celebration and everything that happened there with the Rey movie, and then getting the confirmation going to the sequel trilogy in this. And if what I hear is right in this next episode, man, it's going to be the double nail in the coffin for this. And I would not be surprised if Favreau is out after this season. If you go back and look at when they announced Filoni's movie on the culmination of the Mandoverse movie, Favreau's not a part of it
Right.
at all. And word has it behind the scenes that he's really frustrated with them, and he can't do what he wants to. Now, whether that's true or not, I don't know. But just watching this season, I mean, it's a complete mess. It's all
Yeah.
over the place. It's leading to the sequels, and reportedly, Favreau is not a fan of those sequels and didn't want any part of any of the sequel trilogy stuff involved in any of these shows. No connections, no ties. And I've basically been hearing that since season 1. And for the most part, they've kept it out, other than the alleged possibility that the clones in the second season in the tanks were Snoke clones, which is never really explained or revealed. But yeah, it's dead. I'm sad. I'm mad. I'm upset. This episode, even though I took some positives away from it, was a complete joke. I don't know where we go from here other than to just enjoy watching it burn. You know, grab
Right.
grab your sticks, grab your marshmallows, grab a drink, and just kick back and have fun. Have fun watching it burn.
Right.
I can tell you where you should go. The other day, I made a little video when I heard all this news. You know what you should do? If there's any creators out there, like I make action figures and stuff like that, anybody out there, there is a wealth of material that's been produced in the expanded universe that's never seen a depiction in material form.
Yeah.
And there is a gold mine out there. Look, there's third-party companies that go around and they make comic accurate versions of superheroes and things, and they're cleaning house with it. They're selling out these things, and they're filling a demand that the big companies aren't. So if there's anybody out there that makes things and that you want to do stuff, take those characters that were created in the expanded universe that, you know, Kathleen Kennedy in her first burst of wisdom decanonized and tossed in the trash heap, you know, all those novels and years of stuff that she said didn't exist that she tossed in the trash can. Yeah, make those characters. Anybody that can make these things and capitalize it, because I guarantee you there's a lot of people like us that love Star Wars that would love to pick something up like that would love to have a Kyle Katarn sitting on the shelf. And these idiots won't do it. You want to go make another Rey figure? Good. Let it sit next to the one Gary just found with the Dark Trooper over there, because that's where it's going to go. That with your Rose Tico figures, because Ethan Van Sciver couldn't buy them all to destroy.
That's true. He could not. He tried his best, but it wasn't going to work. No, that's a good point. That's a good point. So basically, we think that Star Wars is fucked, and but not everything is fucked. Gary Ambrosia and Rancor Steve saw the Mario movie this weekend, and what did you guys think about that?
Well, before you say everything is fucked, let's not jump the gun here, okay? You know, I didn't really want to see this movie. I didn't. It's a fucking cartoon, you know. I'm like, I don't know, you know, it's Super Mario. What are they gonna fuck up now? So we went last night, and it was fucking great. It was fucking great.
Oh,
I really
good.
had a good time. I got you, huh?
Yeah, you got me.
I got
I was
you.
worried.
You're too easy. You're too easy. I really had a lot of fun. It was true to form. It hit all of the cool nostalgic points with the video games. There's even a couple surprises in there for you Nintendo fans. I remember when I used to play the game on the original NES.
Yeah.
It was super cool. It was a lot of fun. It was done right. It was not woke. I know everybody out there is like, oh, but they made the princess like super, you know, like she's so much better than everybody else. Don't worry about that bullshit. It's good. It's a lot of fun. Mario's awesome. The characters are awesome. It's true to form. The performances are great. The music is spectacular. It's action packed, and fuck me, I enjoyed myself.
Wow.
I actually enjoyed myself at the theater, so I was very pleased that I sucked it up and went and checked it out. And if you guys have kids, oh man, take them to go see it. It's a fun movie.
Oh man, well, see, that's good. Now, Rancor Steve, what was your take on it?
I loved it. A couple things I just now noticed on some of these. I haven't laughed this hard since Tropic Thunder. I was in tears. This movie is I I wasn't as excited to see it because I'm not a big fan of animated movies, but I saw the numbers go up. It's making a ton of money. I think it's now at 400 million, and I think tomorrow will be a week for it. So it's making money. Not a single thing was woke about it. The Peach thing, I was kind of a little worried about going into it, and if you see it, they kind of explain it, and I'm like, all right, that's kind of cool. All right, they explained it. I'm good. The music to this is what made me feel like a kid again, and I I wish Indiana Jones editors could figure this one out. Brian Tyler, the composer for the latest Rambo movies, and he did a phenomenal job of actually doing his stuff and doing really good music. And then I'm gonna be really bad at this name, but oh well. Koji Kondo. I can't. It's a Japanese name. I can't get it. It's really hard. But
That's
he's
all
the
right.
actual. He's the original guy who did all the Nintendo music back in the day when for Super Mario. So he actually was able to go and do this movie, compose it with Brian Tyler. And that's the thing. I get chills because this soundtrack alone is fucking amazing. I love it. I haven't had this much fun since Top Gun Maverick. This was a movie that we needed. It's a good family movie. So if anyone who has kids, you're gonna love it. There's no real like sexual innuendo stuff. It's just a very clean, fun movie. And Chris Pratt, holy shit, dude. You know what? You're the next Tom Cruise in my books.
Yeah.
I love what you do.
I
Man.
like Chris
He-
Pratt a
harm.
lot. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to get too much into it. I know some people have probably seen it like crazy, but the voice with Mario from the game, they do explain that in the movie, and they do a really good job at that. And it's hats off to you guys. This movie was so good. There's nothing else I can say that praises this. I want to see it again so bad right now.
Thank God. Well, this is
Yeah.
great. Did anyone else on the panel see the movie?
I almost went today, but my daughter wanted to go see it, so we're going to go next week on Wednesday.
I have not seen it, but Coach did go see it. He took his daughters to go see it. He loved it. They loved it. He said it was a great family movie. No message in it whatsoever. No woke agenda crap. He said it was just good family popcorn fun. It's not, like any kind of intellectual, movie and
Yeah.
storyline that's going to win any Oscars or anything, but it's a fun family adventure movie where you don't have to worry about, what's the message or agenda that they're pushing here.
Nice.
There's none of that in there. So, yeah, he highly recommends it, and I am going to go see it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like you pointed out in the chat, Nick. The Japanese reject wokeness and will never allow it in their properties.
No,
That's why people are turning to manga, turning to anime.
100%.
And I don't blame them at all. Shit. I mean, where else is there to go? Where is there to go? Thank you, Nick. I appreciate it. Gary and Rancor Steve, thank you for that recommendation. Thank you for a bright spot of sunshine in this dark area. That's great. That's great. I guess we're all going to go see that. I recommend everybody go see this. I'm going to go check it out for sure. And this is good. This is good. Although somebody apparently was saying it was full of wokeness.
No.
Tim Pool, nah.
No.
Well, it sounds like you guys would have noticed
no.
that.
No,
Yeah.
no.
You can
It
fuck off.
really, the story moved great. It was fast paced. It was action packed. It wasn't pandering to adults. It's like, it's one thing to, I would imagine taking your children to go see it and you're kind of an adult and the kids love it, but you're kind of like, no, you'll enjoy it. You will enjoy this movie. Kids and adults enjoy this movie. I guarantee it. And it's raking the money in. It is raking it in.
Oh, I
This
love
is
that.
like the great thing about this is this is like the nail in the coffin for Pixar and their bullshit. I mean, really, this company was Illumination. Is that the company that produced the film?
That I don't know.
They're raking
So-
it in,
Yeah,
man.
it is.
They're raking it in. And I hope they do a Zelda. I hope they do more Nintendo properties.
They are. They're going to do a whole Nintendo verse. So
go.
Zelda will be next, and it's already been in development. It's being worked on. They're going to do Metroid. Then they're probably going to do Donkey Kong along with others. And
They're already crossing it over in Super Mario. I won't give it away, but they're already crossing it over. So
because Donkey
so
Kong was the very first appearance of Mario. I mean that was the game
not going to
that
give anything
introduced
away,
him to the
but
world.
yeah, just go check it out. It's a lot of fun. It's cool.
Yep.
So
then they'll culminate to one big movie where they'll all be in a movie together, like the Avengers. So yeah, it's something to be looking forward to.
I just looked up on the box office. It's made $433.8 million.
It hasn't even been released
3.
in 2 of its major locations yet.
Wow.
It's
gonna
smoking everybody.
It's gonna it's gonna obliterate everything in its path.
Well, suck on that, Disney.
Yeah.
Suck on that while
Suck
you're
it
going
hard.
ahead and pissing all over Star Wars and laughing at your own splatter getting on your, bright orange colored fucking shoes, assholes. They're eating your goddamn lunch.
Yeah,
and I
watch
tell you
all
what,
the
everybody's going to go over to, Nintendo World over at Universal while your fucking Galaxy's Edge just dries up and blows away like the desiccated corpse that it is.
Yep.
Yeah, I can't wait to see all the Mario stuff fly off the shelves while Grogu sits there all sad by himself, like as everybody walks past him.
Yeah, I know it. I
Yeah.
actively am back to hating Grogu. I hated Grogu at the start. Then I was like, well, they're doing stuff with him. There's an interesting story there. It's going to go. And now I'm back to just fucking, I can't stand the sight of the piece of shit. So,
Doomcock just remind me of something that really infuriated me over the weekend. The thing that was the most infuriating out of all of Star Wars Celebration was all these different panels with all these different actors and actresses and talking about like the acolyte and all this stuff. And all these lemmings just cheering and praising everything that came out, except for when Kathleen Kennedy came out on stage once, and there was like dead silence, which was actually pretty funny.
I need to see that clip.
We clipped it, and we got a video on it. So if you go to our channel, you'll see it in the recent videos. Coach did a video on it. It's pretty funny. So. That was funny, but yeah, seeing all these people and even I've seen some online. They're just like, oh, like give Ray a chance and give all this stuff a chance. No, giving them a chance is now passed officially. So
yep, I agree entirely. So
sure.
let's just kick back and
go
watch
support Nintendo.
Eat their goddamn lunch.
Yep.
I'm sure Kathy's used to that response, but unfortunately she can't just give the crowd at celebrations Viagra like she does Frank.
Oh. Ooh.
Or the roofies to her vibrator. Let's go ahead and do
IG 12.
IG 12.5 with Kung Fu grip. Let's go ahead and go to our super chats. All right, let's go ahead and do that before we get to another bright spot in our universe, which is movies that we love. Jack White with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Jack. Says some good news to balance out the bad. The new Rurouni Kenshin anime Bungao Stray Dog Season 5 and Bleach 1,000-Year Blood War Part 2 start airing in July. Yes, Jack, thank you for that. And as I said earlier, people are flocking to anime and manga because they're driven out of American entertainment by the wokeness and agenda. So, we may be losing some Star Wars there, but we are gaining a whole other world of entertainment that we had previously been unaware of or ignored. And I think that this is a good thing. Thank you, Jack White. London 19657 with a $5 super chat. Thank you. London says Rancor Steve looks so much like his doll. I want to buy one. Wow. So Rancor Steve, you got a fan there, buddy. Can people buy your action figure?
You're gonna have to talk to Andy about that. But I did the whole Top Gun Mario thing just for fun.
Yeah. Hopefully it's
I know one
anatomically
person's-
correct. Or more in your
I
case,
know.
anatomically enhanced.
Oh, that was so. Oh, hey,
Do you know
got
this to be
jokes,
fact,
you.
Gary?
Unfortunately, yes, Nick, I do. Thanks for bringing it up.
I know someone in the chat that mentioned earlier today. They said Steve's bringing back the porn stash. I was like, you betcha.
Yeah.
all
Have you
right,
seen
some of
how
that
tight-
70s Johnny Wad action going on. I love it.
Johnny Wad.
Have you
I
seen
hope
how
Tom
tight those
Selleck is
booty
not
shorts
watching.
are?
Muzzle Velocity, who's been a channel member for 35 months now. Thank you, Muzzle Velocity, says, and the crowd goes wild for anyone but Kennedy. Which is true. I can't wait to see this. This is going to be wonderful. And Disney Sheep Herder with a $6.67 super chat. Thank you, Disney Sheep Herder, says, the Emperor impregnated Rey. Fact, my friend. Oh, God.
I guarantee you it's going to be the Force dyad connection with Force Ghost Kylo Ren so they can appease all the shippers out there for the Rey Kylo thing.
to
Yeah.
give birth to Brie
No,
Larson.
no, you missed it, Nick. It wasn't me, and I can prove it. It was not me.
Not gonna do it. Thank you very much for that. Cesario JPN with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Cesario. Says, I remember in 1988, I went to Burger King and got one of the several Alf dolls. I got the one cooking with Alf. Oh, yeah, Nintendo wrecking Disney in the box office. Zelda movie, please. Miyamoto. Hail Cesario JPN. I'm sorry that Mexican Iron Man left before he could hear about your nightmarish trip to Alfland.
I'm sure
via
he's
Burger
listening
King.
in the background.
I hope he is, because then he will, get a shudder as he thought of cooking with Alf. Good heavens to Betsy. Ms. Maria with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Ms. Maria. She says, the Star Wars news has made me sad. I'm so sorry, Ms. Maria. We'll just keep holding their feet to the fire. We will keep mocking them, and eventually they're going to come around. They'll have to. The point is, it'll probably be too late by then, but we'll see how it unfolds. Difficult to see. Always in motion is the future, as Yoda said, Ms. Maria. So right now we're just saying the odds are looking bad, but let's see what actually unfolds. Thank you, Ms. Maria. It may be that the reaction is so bad, and the money is drying up so quickly, and they may blink. They may blink and move away from the abyss.
And to be fair, you got to remember, if you go back 3 years ago to where Kathy trotted herself out on stage and announced all those different projects that are happening, and only what was it, like 60% of them actually happened, and some of those were already in the works and were already being filmed. So you never know. A lot of this stuff could totally get canceled, and after Indy, who knows if she's even going to still be there. So as long as she's there, though, it's done.
Yeah, I agree. And we should assume no good will from them, no good plans. If there's any hope for Star Wars, it will be despite what they want to do, and it'll be a response to fiscal necessity and the fact that they're going broke ass at record speed and their stock is tanking. I mean, if all those things happen, maybe they will be forced to do something they don't want to. But as of now, do not assume any goodwill from them whatsoever. We've done the best that we could to reach out to them. Now they can go fuck themselves. That's my opinion.
And what at Lucasfilm is making them money? What's making Disney money right now? I can't think of anything.
I don't know. Is ESPN? I think ESPN still makes money.
Yeah, well, I'm saying from Lucasfilm.
Lucasfilm? No,
out of
nothing.
Lucasfilm.
Nothing. It's a big sinkhole.
Yeah.
No, fuck no, nothing is working over there. Nothing at all.
I bet there's a lot of people buying Grogu figures for target practice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't even waste my money on those for target practice.
I'd like one that stretches like Stretch Armstrong, so I could just
Yeah.
rip the shit out of it until it finally tears. That would make me laugh.
If I buy anything, it's all going to be secondhand. Because like Andy was saying earlier, there's some cool stuff that's coming out that I wouldn't mind having. But if I get it, I'm definitely buying it secondhand. I will not pay retail and let any of that money go to Disney.
100%. Get it secondhand if you must. If you want to abuse Grogu in videos or something, get it secondhand or make your own. Make your own. Don't give them a time.
Grogu got abused enough last episode.
Fucking Grogu. I can't stand the sight of that piece of shit anymore.
I was
I'm
hoping
so
Lizzo
done.
ate him. I was really hoping.
I'm so yeah. Maybe she did.
He has literally served no purpose this season. Literally.
Yeah. I love how she knighted him for doing fuck all.
Yeah, helping her cheat
Knighted his
in
ass
space
for
beer
sitting there
pong.
going gaga goo goo and fuck you. Fuck
Yeah.
you.
She won the all-you-can-eat menu on Bocce Ball with Grogu's.
Well, don't forget Grogu set up for Grogu's Wild Ride attraction with that floating pram shootout to the path through the cave.
Jeez, that was
they're going to base a
fucking
whole ride off of 30 seconds of screen time, I'll bet.
With the announcement that they're going to redo the Harry Potter series on HBO Max or Max or whatever it's called now, and with Nintendo going over there, there's got to be somebody at Disney that's got to be shitting their pants saying like, holy shit, there's nobody that wants to go to our parks when they have that stuff going on there. I've been to that Harry Potter world, and my kids grew up on this stuff, and my God, is it immersive. The only thing that's wrong with it, you could easily make an entire theme park just for Harry Potter, and it would be mobbed the entire time. You would see people show up there in costume all the time for these things. And that's something that rarely happens outside of little girls. Cause I had, my daughter, she'd like to go there and stuff like that. But she put on a Cinderella outfit one time. That was it. But all these kids, and they're older than you expect. And they wear the Harry Potter gear and stuff like that. They're going to get their asses handed to them in the parks, which is their last refuge.
And the thing is, that could have been true for Star Wars. I mean, look at how well the Star Wars weekends went over for 20 years.
Yeah.
Look at how many people dressed up in costume to go to Disney for Star Wars days or whatever it was.
Yeah.
And they do this. Everybody was excited about the Star Wars land they were building. And then Kathleen Kennedy went in and killed it all. No, we're going to kill the past. We're going to make this all about the future because we don't want to cater to 50-year-old fans. We want the next generation.
Yeah.
And she didn't get anybody.
And in the Rey movie, rumor has it that they will be going to Batu in it, and they will be going on the Halcyon, which is the galaxy's crap hotel that they got.
Of course, but that's not gonna do shit. That's not gonna move the needle. They don't have 4 or 5 years to piss off on Galaxy's Edge or the Galactic Star Cruiser Hotel. Those things are done Tom turkeys. They're just
and how much of that is based on budget? At least they don't have to build sets. They can just use those weekends. They're not running the hotel.
Shoot it at the hotel.
Yeah, that's why they're closing the hotel for these long swatches. Not because of the bookings. It's so we can use it as a set.
Well, that's
At least
a good
somebody's
idea,
paying
but
for
since
that
there's no
rental, right?
script,
Jeez.
they're not shooting anything, but that's a funny idea. Oh, Jesus. SHS Rebels 08 with a $9.99 super sticker of Super Pair flying through the air. Thank you, SHS Rebels 08. We really appreciate you, my friend. Super Pair. Yes. Speed of lightning, roar of thunder. Super Pair. Michael Maloney, who's been a Dementite of mine for 40 months now. Thank you, Michael Maloney, says, KK's second interview entrance had canned applause added to the music that played as she came on stage. I'm going to watch The Last Mando. I am done. Really? You think that they added canned applause to the music as she came on stage, huh? On the second interview?
I'll have to go back and listen to it. Like I said, we did a video on it. It's on our channel with when she came out. I'll have to go listen to it.
That is hilarious and music to my fucking ears. I just love it. I'm gonna go watch that. It's gonna make me have joie de vivre again. It's gonna put a spring in my step again. I love it. It's just wonderful. It's kind of like, you know, some kind of, you know, third world banana republic dictator, like, you know, mandating that people applaud, or, you know, they get no Kool-Aid that week. I don't know. Dixon Cider with a $20 super chat. Thank you, Dixon Cider. Says, I wish I could drink with you guys, but I had to stop. Got tired of waking up naked on the hood of my car with my keys in my backside. People would ask if I needed help. I would tell them, it's just flooded. I'm okay. Well, hell, anybody named Dixon Cider can be excused for having a drinking problem. I mean, that's...
Does that even happen with cars anymore? That was like some old school stuff. It's flooded.
Yeah, well, he's naked on the hood. I don't really take his explanations or diagnostics on the engine to heart, you know. Yeah. But yeah, shit, you drink too if your name was Dixon Cider,
right?
You know,
and especially if I had a set of keys up my ass, boy. I'd really
exactly. He's got keys that jingle, jangle, jingle from his ass, and of course, you know, it would be awful when you're trying to pick up women in the bar and say, "Hello, I'm Dixon Cider." And just
not yet, of course.
Conversation ender with the ladies. Conversation ender.
Just don't mention his name and Lizzo's in the same sentence.
Oh God. Cyber Prime with a $5 super chat. Thank you. Cyber Prime says, after Celebration and the recent episodes of The Mandalorian, Lucasfilm's goal is to kill our last hope of fixing Star Wars by also killing the EU. Yeah, well, hey, okay, have at it, dumb motherfuckers. Go ahead and throw away all the money that we would have spent. You had a fucking message tonight from a toy collector. You know, Andy Masterson wanted to go and spend money on that Darth Vader figure.
$400.
Really, yeah.
$400.
Right. And you would have spent it if it wasn't for their dumb shit, right?
Yep.
So I mean, they're costing themselves a lot of money. I mean, I've got a great Darth Vader helmet. I've got all sorts of Darth Vader, you know, toys and figures. Oh my God, the amount of Star Wars stuff I have is staggering. I'm not getting any more. Not getting any more. You have lost us. You know, the problem is, you dumb fucks, when you listen to Kathleen Kennedy, who wants a bunch of old 50-year-olds, you know, when we could have like young audience? The problem is that the ones who are around for the original Star Wars are the big fans that actually have money, that will actually spend money on your shit. And they have had decades of brand loyalty bred into them that you will never, ever fucking have again, with all these little, like, you know, Johnny-come-latelys to the franchise that kind of look at it like, yeah, it's okay. It's woke. I like it. Oh, and then they go on to the next woke thing. There is no fanaticism. There is no deep, abiding love there. You have sold out the people that adored you for people that think you're okay. Stupid fucks. You've just cost yourselves fortunes. JRG Projects with a $10 super chat. Thank you, my friend, says Hail Doomcock. Star Trek is very much alive. The Orville New Horizons is amazing. McFarlane is embarrassing the hell out of Kurtzman. Picard Season 3 is just desperate nostalgia. Engage Quantum Drive. Very good point. Very good point, JRG Projects. The spirit of Roddenberry does survive in the Orville, and what a great show it is. What a great show it is. Thank you, my friend, for mentioning that. And Maddie Odraman with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Maddie Odraman, who says Disney is no longer a corporation. It acts more like a cult and dismisses criticism like if it came from heretics at a church full of religious zealots. I think this is a lost cause. This last episode of Mando and Star Wars Cremation 2023 has brought me in line with your thinking. But we had to try. As long as there was the slightest hope. It's like Captain Kirk said in The Naked Time. We may go up into the biggest fall of fire since the last sun in these parts exploded, but we've got to take that 1 in 10,000 chance. Well, we took it. Maybe it blew up, but I would take that same chance over and over and over again because I'm not a quitter and I actually care. Eli McInnes, it's been a Dumentite of mine for 34 months. Thank you, Eli, says, is Harvey the father, DC? That's all I want to know. No, Harvey is not the father. Harvey is not anything to do with kids or children-like objects of any kind. And I got nothing to do with it. All right. Well, we have the official denial. And until Maury can get him on the show and do the test, I don't know. I think we can't. I think we can't be sure. Meanwhile, in related news from JRG Projects with a $5 super chat, next time on Springer, Rey's surprise pregnancy. Did Kylo sneak in the lightsaber? Did Finn shoot first? Has Star Wars finally screwed the pooch?
She was impregnated by those woman-declorians.
I guarantee you that's going to be true. And whatever kid she has will be the chosen one from the prophecy.
Brie Larson.
Yep.
Brie Larson. She comes out toes first. It's really disturbing. Yeah. Kind of like when Gina Davis gave birth to the maggot in The Fly.
Oh my God.
Basically what it'll be like. Great movie, by the way. That remake.
Yeah.
That remake
It's
was one of the best damn horror movies I've ever seen.
It's good.
Zonagon Nightingale with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Zonagon. Says, I'm completely checked out on Star Wars now, and I'm considering supporting Shadiversity's knockoff Star Wars project, even if it's called All Star, LOL. Good. Well, good. I mean, throw your support to other people who are doing better things than this shit, which is just about everyone, including, sadly, for Disney, Nintendo. Ha! Boy, they're fucked. SP4H gifted 20 Overlord DVD memberships to this channel. Thank you to my dear wrench, SP4H. It is absolutely wonderful of you to do that for the folks here, and we really do appreciate it. Very, very much appreciate it. And I also want to welcome our new wrench, Carla Burton, to the Order of the Wrenches. Carla has stepped forward and volunteered to help out, and we're glad to have her aboard. So thank you, Carla, for being here tonight. Great job.
We better not fall out of line here, man. She's gonna throw me out.
She might. She might.
She's tough.
She's
tough,
heady
yeah.
with power now.
Uh-huh.
And Chaos Oi with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Chaos Oi. Says Disney didn't make Star Wars. They made Clown Wars. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. I mean, they have really fucked up now. They really, if they thought that fans hated them before, oh, you ain't seen nothing yet. Oh, baby, you just ain't seen nothing yet. And Stained Revenant with a $9.99 super chat. Thank you, Stained Revenant. Says, yes. Disney Star Wars announcements. You will find more cheer and enthusiasm in a Klingon crypt, and more honesty from a Borg drone knocking on your door claiming to sell Girl Scout cookies. Yeah, Stained Revenant. Disney Star Wars cremation. That's why I'm calling it that. It really was a cremation. Let's see. London 19657 with a $5 super chat. Thank you. London says, I've had some rum and coke. Sorry for my earlier negative comment. You all rock. Stay angry and belated Happy Easter. Happy Easter to you, London 19657, and don't apologize, man. Negative comments flow like wine after the fucking Star Wars cremation this weekend. You're not to blame.
Yeah, we all feel the same way.
Yeah, we do, man. We really do. Infinite Wanderer with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Infinite One. Says Cavill's Warhammer would likely be produced by Amazon. So just another Rings of Power. Nothing worth watching and an insult to the fandom. Well, Infinite Wanderer, from what I understand, Cavill is passionate about this. He really is a fan like we are. And I think he's seen what can happen on Netflix to the Witcher series that he also loved. So I think whenever he goes in and he signs on, he's probably going to put some contractual controls in there or not do it. That would be my guess. Don't you guys think? I mean, he really does care, and I think he's seen what can happen.
Oh
I don't
yeah.
think
Yeah.
he'll get sucked into that again. Do you?
No, I think I think that Cavill was very naive in a
Yeah.
lot of ways, but now I think his eyes are wide open, and I think when he did this deal, I'm hoping anyway, that he had that stuff in mind about, like, so there's no Lauren Hissriches in this setup to, like, make everything female. Like, I mean, I don't know. I don't know anything about Warhammer, but if you got a fan in charge of it, a real fan, not the Dave Filoni is a Star Wars fan.
Yeah.
A real fan, I will check it out. And you know what? Because look, Wizards of the Coast have destroyed Dungeons and Dragons. They've obliterated that. So the fans of that are going to be looking for something. And I
Yeah.
have no idea what this is, but you know what? I'll check it out.
I hope so. If they do it with integrity and they have good writing, it will be a hit. I mean, there's very little entertainment these days that have those two qualities, authenticity and entertainment, and so I think it has a great shot. I want to thank Norm Sachs YT for a $5 super chat, and it is his first super chat. So I am deeply honored. Thank you, Norm Sachs, YouTube, YT. We really, really appreciate it, and I am deeply honored, sir. Or ma'am. Thank you for being here. And that's super awesome, man. Super awesome. All right, let's go ahead here. And let's get now to the movie of the week. Now I am going to remove this, and I am going to present the slides for tonight. Hold on just a sec. I'm having to add it here, and we will get this party started with the movie that we love this week, Big Trouble in Little China. This movie is notable for starring Kurt Russell. I forget if this came before. I think it came after his Snake Plissken turn for John Carpenter. But James Hong is in this as the villain. And James Hong is one of the most prolific actors of classic movies in Hollywood. I mean, this guy has been in everything. The guy is a legend. And God bless him, man. It's unbelievable the movies this guy's been in. Chinatown, fucking Blade Runner. I mean, I can't even begin. My mind boggles the minute I think about his filmography. And John Carpenter is one of my favorite filmmakers. I mean, Halloween, They Live. I mean, Christ, I mean, we may have mentioned more John Carpenter movies pound for pound on this segment than any other. We've done They Live. I think we've talked about Halloween on Halloween. We're talking about Big Trouble in Little China. I guess we haven't talked about The Thing yet, but that's another masterpiece by John Carpenter. The remake, of course. But anyway, Gary, what do you think about this movie? Tell us what you think about it.
Oh man, I love this movie. Ever since I first saw this movie, I love it. I have some notes, so I hope you guys are ready.
Absolutely.
I'm excited to get out of that negative bullshit and into Big Trouble in Little China, because this movie is amazing. All right. A truly kick-ass action-adventure fantasy comedy that delivers on all levels. Terrific cast, great action, and set pieces, and superb visual effects make for one hell of a ride. Master storyteller and filmmaker John Carpenter manages to merge his already very dark, imposing, and very unique style with the comedic timing of the awesome actor Kurt Russell. This blending of abilities actually gives the film some hysterical moments and makes the comedy elements a major success. Even some of John Carpenter's trademark setups and camera work seem funny in this film. You know, you had mentioned funny directors like, John Landis, very funny director. But, you know, a lot of the stuff that I'm noticing similar shots and even similar setups, similar action pieces in this movie that Carpenter did in Escape from New York that are really, like, shocking. They're actually really funny in this movie. There's some really funny moments with those same setups. First-time screenwriters Gary Goldman and David Weinstein's original script took place in the late 1800s, with the Jack Burton character originally being a cowboy who walks into town and battles an ancient Chinese evil. The story being a clever mix of martial arts, Chinese folklore, and the classic American Western.
Wow, that would have been cool.
Yeah, producers Paul Monish and Keith Barish requested a second draft, which saw the script updated to take place in San Francisco of the same time period. After more disagreements with Goldman and Weinstein, 20th Century Fox replaced the writers with W.D. Richter, writer of the 1978 remake of Invasion of the Body Snatchers, the 1979 version of Dracula, and director of the cult classic The Adventures of Buckaroo Banzai.
Nice. Holy shit. No wonder this movie is like it is.
Oh, yeah. Richter was told to remove all of the Western elements from the script, as the producers at 20th Century Fox did not feel that the two genres mixed well. Although elements from the original Goldman and Weinstein script remained, such as the story of David Lopan and the character of Jack Burton, Fox did not want writing credit to go to them. It was the Writers Guild of America that intervened and deemed that Fox must credit Goldman and Weinstein with the final script and only the addition of Richter as a third writer. Interesting policies there, but it was W.D. Richter that rewrote the script.
That's nice, because his Invasion of the Body Snatchers remake is
it's great.
A masterpiece.
Oh yeah,
we really need to do that movie.
We'll do that one.
Too.
Yeah, that's a good one. This was the third collaboration between actor Kurt Russell and director John Carpenter. His first being a television adaptation of the story of Elvis Presley, with Kurt Russell playing the title character and John Carpenter directing. I have not seen that. Have you guys
I haven't
seen
either.
it?
I never heard of it.
There's a television Elvis movie.
I did.
John Carpenter directed it. I have to check it out. I haven't seen it yet. The second being the action cult classic hit Escape from New York, also with Russell as the lead in the role of Snake Plissken and Carpenter directing again. Russell, a former child star of many television series and small roles in films, it was Escape from New York that launched his career as a huge star. Russell played Snake Plissken by doing his best impression of Clint Eastwood, and stuck to the same method in Big Trouble in Little China because he is basically playing Jack Burton by doing his best impression of John Wayne.
That's kind of perfect, you know.
Yeah,
I mean,
it is.
Just
reach for the sky.
I remember that Jason Alexander on Seinfeld got the job by making George Costanza. He was basically doing an impression of William Shatner doing Woody Allen, and that is basically the character of George.
Wow, I don't even know how you would do that.
Well, just watch the show. You get it, because he
Wow.
his delivery is kind of halting and does that, but he's also very nerdy like Woody Allen. It's kind of perfect. But yes, sorry to interrupt. Go
That's
ahead.
all right. Actor Dennis Dunn plays Wang Chi, a very talented martial artist and well-trained performer in the theatrical arts. Upon multiple viewings of the film, one starts to realize that the primary character in the film is actually Wang Chi and not Jack Burton. Regardless, one of the major highlights of the films is Dennis' amazing martial arts and stunt work. Dunn would go on to work with John Carpenter again in Prince of Darkness. Although a sequel script to Big Trouble in Little China was written and featured the character of Wang Chi, it was never produced.
Wow.
Kung Fu master Carter Wong, who plays the character of Thunder, leader of the Three Storms, was originally working as a stuntman in many Kung Fu action films produced by the Shaw Brothers, as well as the original Shaolin Temple movie starring Jet Li, and Fist of Fury and The Big Boss, performing and training alongside the legendary Bruce Lee.
Sweet.
Wong was cast in his first American film, Michael Cimino's Year of the Dragon. However, that's him right there. However, due to a work visa dispute, could not commit to the film. Casting director Joanna Merlin, whom had originally arranged the offer in Camino's film for Wong, really liked him, and several years later, when he was finally available to work, she offered him the chance to audition for John Carpenter in Big Trouble in Little China. After the film's release, he went on to serve as a fight instructor for Sylvester Stallone in Rambo 3, and has also directed many action sequences in various films throughout the years. Even to this day, at 76 years old, Master Wong still trains for several hours a day.
Wow.
An outstanding supporting cast includes James Hong, master character actor and man of 1,000 movies, as David Lopan, the super sexy Kim Cattrall as Gracie Law, and January 1981 Penthouse pet Susie Pie as Miao Yin. Did you know she was a Penthouse pet?
Well,
No,
I did
I
not
did
know
not.
that.
I didn't know it either, and I looked it up and I checked out the images, and it's
Everybody's gonna be googling that right
awesome.
now.
Oh yeah, but not right now. Stay on the stream. Stay on the show. Watch the show.
Are her eyes really green?
I don't.
Ah,
Think
you
so.
didn't
I
notice.
think that was BS, right? I couldn't tell, bro. Let's see. As well as Miao Yin and many other familiar '80s faces. Another notable cast member is Noble Craig, a Vietnam veteran wounded in combat and an amputee, known for playing a sewer monster in Big Trouble in Little China, and maybe more so as the tequila worm creature in Poltergeist 2.
Oh, wow.
No.
Yeah, I didn't know he was in this also.
Damn.
The original Mortal Kombat video game creators give credit to this film for inspiring the characters of Shang Tsung, as based on David Lopan, and Raiden, as being based on the Three Storms.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
The famous filming location, Firehouse Number 23 in Los Angeles, was used in a scene in this film. The location is also known for other films such as The Mask, starring Jim Carrey, Police Academy 2, and was the interior set for the headquarters of the Ghostbusters. As the
Sweet.
two films were shot just 2 years apart, the Firehouse set remains exactly the same in Big Trouble in Little China as it appeared in Ghostbusters. So you see that scene when they're, when they're getting ready to go into the underworld and they're sliding down the pole. They're sliding down the Ghostbusters pole. And if you watch the
Oh, I did not
Firehouse,
know
the
that.
same exact set. They didn't even change it. It's
That
a real
is
firehouse
so
in Los
cool.
Angeles.
Wow.
Pretty amazing, huh?
God.
Let's see. Academy Award-winning visual effects supervisor and a founding member of Industrial Light and Magic, Richard Edlund and his new company, Boss Films, created the amazing special and visual effects for the film. Edlund, having worked previously on the Star Wars trilogy and Ghostbusters, utilized various techniques such as rear screen projection, stop-motion animation, and top-notch blue screen compositing. Edlund recalls one of the most complicated effects in the film was the floating eyeball head puppet creature, which required 15 puppeteers to operate at the same time, all in sync, to get the performance just right. Although Carpenter recounts that he was slightly disappointed in the result of the visual effects in this film, they are fantastic, and especially for their time, and still hold up to this day. Originally, John Carpenter was offered to direct The Golden Child with Eddie Murphy. He was already he was already attached to Big Trouble in Little China, however, and felt that both films being released at the same time would be a major problem. He also felt that the very similar story between the two films would be yet another problem. Because of this, the shooting schedule was bumped up for Big Trouble to allow for a release that was just months before The Golden Child.
Smart.
That's another
Yeah.
good movie.
Yeah, that is a good one. This was the last of the John Carpenter films to be produced with a major studio for over 10 years. Carpenter became increasingly frustrated with the Hollywood system, citing the film's box office failure was due to their ignorance in a faulty marketing campaign and a constant interference with his creative process. The movie was not a success, guys.
Yeah, I
Unfortunately.
remember. Yeah.
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 This is a cool one. This is an awesome note. I saved it for last. Although the scripted sequel was never produced, an official comic book sequel written by John Carpenter and produced by Boom Studios was released in 2018, entitled Big Trouble in Little China, Old Man Jack, which follows the adventures of Jack Burton 30 years after the events of the original film, where good old Jack Burton has retired and is living out the last days of the apocalypse in the great state of Florida.
Holy shit!
I already ordered the comic books. They're on Amazon if you guys want to check them out.
100%. Wow, that's damn cool, man.
Yeah, a lot of cool notes on this very cool movie. This movie has everything. If you guys have not seen this movie out there, I don't know what you're waiting for, except wait till the end of the show. Don't leave now and watch it. Go check this movie out because it is awesome. It's got everything. It's got action, kung fu, martial arts, mysticism. It's got comedy. It's got everything, man. Monsters. What more could you ask for? This is a popcorn flick to end all popcorn flicks. I love this movie. On to the next guy.
Amen. There's the creepy eyeball monster. Let's go to Rancor Steve. Steve, have you seen this movie? Do you like it?
I have. This is one of my wife's favorite movies, and the other day I told her, I was like, "Hey, do you want to watch?" Every once in a while, I'll throw out like, "Hey, we're gonna be watching this movie. You want to watch it?" She's like, "Sure." I told her about this when we were watching right before Super Mario Brothers came out or was about to show, and she said, "You didn't like this movie." I was like, "What are you talking about? What kind of weed you smoking?" Like, no, I like this movie. I rewatched it today. I get what she meant. It's the beginning. I was kind of bored at the beginning when I was watching it with her, and then it gets into the crazy 80s action stuff, and I love it. This movie is so it's such a weird I put it in the cult classic of weird sci-fi,
Yeah.
like The Crawl. That's a weird sci-fi movie, and no one understands why I love that movie, but I love it. And this movie it's good. It reminds me of like Jackie Chan and Rush Hour kind of thing a little bit, and it reminds me of if like there was comedy going on in like the Chinese, Japanese kind of, if they wanted to do like some corny, cheesy 80s action movies, this would be it. It's such a fun movie. I love it. It makes me feel like a kid watching this movie. It had a great mix of action, romance, and comedy. It was the one-liners in this movie were great. It's fun. If you guys haven't seen this movie, it's such a fun, cheesy movie to kind of kick back, relax, don't think about anything, just have fun. It's great. And the best part is having people who have never seen this, have them watch it and they're like, what the hell am I watching? This is so bizarre. And to me, that's the joy out of this movie. There's some movies that do that, and you'll get people who are just kind of like, what the hell am I watching? I'm like, just wait. And then they do the same thing because to me, that's what this movie does. It brings something that we don't get much anymore. And it's fun. There's nothing I don't like about this movie. To me, I get why my wife's like, you really hated this movie. It's the beginning. It just dragged on a little bit for me, but I love that picture. That's that's such a good.
It's a fucking great moment. It's getting us nowhere fast. He's all overly confident.
It's such a good. I love this movie. It's fun.
So Steve, I'm watching the stills in this movie. Somebody tossed that knife. I'm sure it's a prop knife, but he caught the knife and threw it right back. If you watch frame by frame, Kurt Russell catches the actual knife and tosses it. I thought that was pretty cool.
Okay. All right.
He catches the knife in the same take that he throws it. I thought that was pretty neat.
So he legit catches it?
Yeah.
Like
That's
it's
sweet,
probably
yeah.
not sharp, but I mean, still, it was just kind of cool.
They didn't do that in
cool,
reverse.
dude. I've always liked that scene.
Yeah. I love this part. I don't think he's going to stop.
It's so good.
Yeah, I heard they're
but
going to
yeah,
remake Big Trouble, but, they'll probably have Lizzo play this character.
Yeah, the Rock is actually wanting to remake it.
I bet he is. He can go to
I'm
hell.
just sick of remakes.
Yeah.
Fucking sick of remakes. It's bullshit.
The Rock can't do anything good. But again, there's not enough love for this movie. It's a good kind of action. Just I put like there's Rambo, Die Hard, and if like a comedy kind of parody stuff to it, this would be that movie. It's good, but it takes it serious, but it doesn't at the same time. It's fun. There's everything about this movie that people are gonna love about it. If you love, it's a good date movie to me. I don't know if my wife agrees with that one, but if you want to have a date movie, this would be good. Just action movie with the guys, good comedy
I think
with the guys.
Ninja Turtles and this movie take place in the same universe.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
It feels
Yeah.
right, doesn't it?
Yeah. We really shook the pillars of heaven, didn't we? No horse shit. He is a cowboy. He's still a cowboy in this movie. They kind of kept him as the cowboy.
Well, I think the modern truck driver is the modern cowboy.
Right.
It's
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I tell you, it really makes a lot of sense that this is so much like Buckaroo Banzai. It's a little bit more coherent than Buckaroo Banzai, but the spirit of it, the freewheeling, crazy ass shit, is just epic.
Yeah.
Let's go to douchebag Kylo. Have you seen this movie, douchebag? If you haven't, no worries, because you weren't prepared.
I heard it was a kissing movie, so I skipped it.
Okay.
No. I adore this film. I love this film. This is one of those few films that I buy again when new media is invented, and there's when it comes out in Blu-ray, 4K, whatever is next. This is one of 10 films I buy again, even though I've got other copies of it. I love this film. It was the adaptation of the original script was written by W.D. Richter, who did direct Buckaroo Banzai Across the Eighth Dimension. There was a persistent rumor for ages, and I fell for it for myself, that this story started as a sequel to Buckaroo Banzai, and that David Lopan had started off as Buckaroo Banzai's nemesis, Hanoi Shan. Now, since then, I think it was Earl Mac Roush who wrote Buckaroo Banzai. Either he or Richter one came out and said, no, that's not true. It's never the case. But it did. When I heard that and rewatched it, it was like, there are elements of this story that I could see being a Buckaroo Banzai film. But but since then that's been debunked, and a lot of the places like IMDb and whatnot that had that seem to have scrubbed it. One of my favorite things about it is the Jack-isms.
Yeah.
just the stuff he comes up with to say. And it's never more clear that he's doing his John Wayne, and it is in that opening sequence where he's just doing that long soliloquy into the mic of the CB and wraps up with, and I can't do it justice, but just when some wild-eyed 8-foot-tall maniac grabs your neck, taps the back of your favorite head up against the barroom wall and looks you crooked in the eye and asks you if you paid your dues, well, you just stare that big sucker right back in the eye and remember what old Jack Burton says at a time like that. Have you paid your dues, Jack? Yes, sir. The check is in the mail.
That's a great fucking line.
It's just and I'm not a huge Kim Cattrall fan, but this is one of the two movies in which I do enjoy her performance.
Yeah.
And no, the other one is not Star Trek 6, although I love
Mannequin.
That film. Mannequin.
What was it?
Okay,
Porky's?
Mannequin would make a third. I was thinking Porky's, but
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Porky's. Yeah.
Yeah.
but
She
I
was
don't
quite
want to
beautiful
promote.
when she was young. I mean,
Oh, she's
very,
amazing.
very.
yeah.
She's
It's-
super
Love her hair
gorgeous.
there. It looks
Yeah.
gorgeous.
And her hair was lovely in Porky's, but
You're right. Yeah.
we'll not talk about that. I don't want to promote somebody else's channel here, so I'm just going to say, if anybody in the audience knows about a goldfish that's fond of heckling, go check out Little Trouble in Big China. That is a great spoof / homage to that opening scene.
Hmm.
So,
There's the firehouse. Check it out.
Yeah, wow, that's so cool.
Wow.
Same green
yeah.
and white tile on the walls. I mean, they barely changed the decorations.
So
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah.
Andy Masterson, what do you think about this movie?
Well, you just remember what old Jack Burton says: when the earth quakes and the poison arrows fall from the sky and the pillars of heaven shake. Jack Burton just looks at that big old storm in the sky and says, "Give me your best shot, pal. I can take it." This movie, okay, so for me, okay, this
I love that part.
my favorite part of this whole movie.
First time you ever cap someone? Of course not. Sorry, Andy.
My favorite part of this whole movie is when he shoots the machine gun and the rocks fall down his head. And knock him. He is so bombastic and so inept,
Yeah.
and still manages to come in on top.
Yeah.
I mean, Kurt Russell is, if I could think of any actor that I would like to be like, you know how you see that thing where people say to you, like, you know what Hollywood star you look like or you act like? I wish people could say that about me, that like you remind me of Kurt Russell, because that would be perfect for me.
High
because
compliment.
yeah,
Lots of charisma.
but I'm not like that at all. But this movie, when it came out, okay, so I had been into Chinese martial arts at the time, and this thing comes out, and we all went to see it. A whole bunch of us went to see this thing, and in the theater experience, like, yeah, it wasn't the greatest. It was the people that went to see it a couple times, but the people, by and large, most people didn't. And when this thing came out on video, oh my God, like I went and bought a VHS of this thing. Damn, this is for anybody that grew up in the 70s and 80s, like where you grew up with black belt theater. This was that taken to 11. My God, this is like if I wish I could transport everybody back to that time period to see what this was like, because my God, it was so perfect for the time. It was like all these movies. It's so over the top, and it really exemplifies the 80s. Yeah, this is it's funny, it's action packed, and Kim Cattrall, wow, she stunning, and the other girl who, like, as Gary just informed me, that she was a Penthouse Pet of the
Susie
Year.
Pie. Yeah.
I'll be checking that out later.
I'll text it to you. I think Steve may have already done it right now. But
That's why he's smoking a cigar right now. But yeah, great movie. If you haven't seen this thing, by all means check it out. Like, my favorite part of Pop Culture Breakdown is going over these movies, and I think that it's a shame that we do this at the end of the show, like where people are like kind of drifting off to go to sleep, and maybe they catch us in the replay, because this is what it's all about. We can complain about like all of the stuff that's out there, and yeah, a lot of other people do that, but that's what this show does differently. It gives you an alternative. It gives you something that you can really love and you can get into, and you can be happy the next day that you watched it. So yeah, just remember, it's all in the reflexes.
Yeah.
Amen. Hey, well said. And Nick, what do you think of this movie? Have you seen it?
I have seen this movie so many times. As a kid, I loved this movie. Even the first time I played Mortal Kombat, I'm like, man, they totally ripped off Big Trouble in Little China.
Yeah.
Like, I knew they got characters from this movie. And I always loved Gary's little spill at the beginning, kind of giving facts and stuff. And because I like looking that stuff up when we do these. And one of the other things that he did not mention was Carpenter had a rare moment and completely lost his cool on set of this movie with the special effects coordinator. The special effects coordinator that was on set got yelled at by Carpenter after one of the squibs, which for those that you don't know what a squib is, it's the pyrotechnic stuff that does the explosions and all that sort of stuff. But there was one on the wall that went off a lot sooner than expected. And Russell had worked with Carpenter in Elvis, Escape from New York, The Thing, and Kurt Russell said that was the first time that he had ever seen Carpenter ever upset on the set of a movie. But I guess he really lit into that guy. But yeah, this movie was great. I loved action and martial arts movies growing up as a kid because my dad kind of raised me on, the old Chinese kung fu movies with the crap, I'm drawing a blank. Where it's in English, but it's their mouth's not lined up.
Yeah,
Yeah, you mean like
Yeah.
the Shaw Brothers movies?
Yeah,
that
yeah,
were
yeah,
dubbed?
yeah. Where it's dubbed in English, and there's other people doing it. But so I grew up on those movies, and this movie right here with the fantasy elements, and then the modern day timing of it, I absolutely loved it. I've seen it time and time and time again, and also. This actually is getting a 4K release this September 31st of this year.
Cool.
They're releasing this for the first time ever on 4K Blu-ray.
Holy
So-
shit!
Great.
Wow.
Yep.
I'll
So
be buying it.
douchebag
Yeah, that'll
Kylo, come the end of September this year, you'll probably want to be on the lookout for that. But yeah, great movie.
Will do.
If anybody out there's not seen it, highly recommend going and watching it immediately.
Damn good. Well, thanks, guys, and I hope everybody enjoyed this look at Big Trouble in Little China, or it's Little Trouble. No, it's Big Trouble in Little China. Let's go ahead and let's get back to our last of our super chats here.
Super chance, mofo.
All right. So let me add these guys in here. Let's feature them on the show, shall we? There we go.
While he's
Yes.
doing that, let me just say, always remember what Jack Burton says. Who? Jack Burton. Me.
Kurt Russell's amazing. Kurt
Pork
Russell is
chop express.
absolutely amazing. Thomas Grunke with a $9.99 super chat. Thank you. Thomas says for Cavill's 40K project to replace Star Wars, they will need to lighten it up to appeal to the mainstream audience. The best movie I see is to base the series on the Caiaphas Cain novels. God, it's extensive. Warhammer 40K has such an extensive background. I am completely ignorant of it, but I'm going to ramp up for this amazing project. Thank you, Thomas. That's a good idea. Silent Watcher with a $5 super chat. Thank you, sir. Says it's only a matter of time before Disney changes the name from the Mandalorian to the Womandalorian. It's transitioning before our very eyes, isn't it? It really is. I had no idea I was watching a show that was itself a trans character. Well, what are you going to do? Matt He Odraman with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Matt He. Says, let's pull this Band-Aid off, baby. Yeah, well, Nick and I pretty much have. We've finally gotten to that point where enough is enough. To quote Popeye, that's all I can stand. I can't stand no more. Lance with $11 Canadian super chat. Thank you very much, Lance, for your generosity, sir. And he says Lucasfilm destroys the original trilogy by ignoring Palpatine's fall and Anakin's redemption, and now they wipe out another meaningful sacrifice from IG-11. Proof that they have learned nothing. Yeah, not even for their own fucking characters. That is what really gets me. Jesus Christ, it's fucking awful. Henry with a $5 super chat. Thank you. Henry says, do you think Disney will make a Star Wars multiverse so they can license Star Wars out to other companies to make stories separate from theirs?
They're not that smart.
I've heard a few things. I don't think that it's deliberate, but I think that that they are going to try to hand off Star Wars to other companies to license and make content that they can market. That's something I've heard, but I'm looking into it some more, and if I hear more about it, I'll report it to you guys. Tommy Tables, it's been a Dominion for a month now. Thank you, Tommy. Says, is the death of Paz by Star Trek by St. Goons Favreau saying bye? I don't know. I don't know. I have my thoughts about what's gone wrong with Favreau this season. I'm still trying to mull it over, kind of come up with some kind of scenario that makes sense. But I'll consider that. Thank you very much, Tommy Tables. Appreciate your input, my friend. Angry Yeti TV with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Angry One. Says, forgive my lateness, my liege. I was on a quest for a tankless water heater and a new window unit. You are forgiven, Angry Yeti TV. We're glad you made it here in the end. That's what really matters. And I hope you found your tankless water heater and your new window unit. Trencher, 1375 with 50 Norwegian kroner super chat, I believe is what it is. Thank you, Trencher. 1375 says, there is one hope. The normies are catching on. And when they turn their back on Star Wars, they will turn fast. I hope so. At this point, I think the only thing left is to just see Disney pay. I think that's what we're living for now. Just to see Disney pay for their many sins against fandom and against George Lucas and against Star Wars. Lance with an $11 Canadian super chat again. Thank you, Lance. Says, wow. With Mexican Iron Man's words, I suddenly heard Yoda's advice in a whole new light. If we're going to win this, train yourself to let go of everything you fear to lose. Well, Lance, that is indeed what the Buddha preached, non-attachment, saying that desire is the cause of all suffering. Therefore, if you train yourself to let go of everything you fear to lose, well, that's kind of like killing desire, which is, it meets with the Buddha's favorite, doesn't it? Thank you, Lance. And Tommy Tables with a $6.99 super chat. Thank you. Tommy says, for the panel, if Alex Kurtzman became KK's handpicked successor for Star Wars, would it be better or worse? I think it would be even worse. Any opinions?
Oh, man.
I mean, Kurtzman, for fuck's sake. Mikey Spock,
Yeah, it would definitely be worse. Definitely be worse.
That would be the big wake-up call for the rest of the world as far as Star Wars is concerned.
Yeah. Once they had, I don't know, Luke get red glowing eyes and turns out he was fucked in the ass by a changeling or something that gave him amazing wonder powers. And, that's Kurtzman's MO. And then, of course, someone would pluck his eye out and use it as a flashlight because it glows red now.
Yeah. I'm so irritated with Star Wars. I literally, and I'm being serious here, I literally daydream about having the money to buy Lucasfilm from Disney and what I would do if I was private owner of Lucasfilm like George was. I would literally lambast everybody there publicly, shaming them and record video of it.
Just wait another year and mortgage your house. You'll have enough.
Yeah.
Oh man, I would support that. If you would shame them publicly and harangue them, that would be great.
Yeah. That's not professional. I don't give a fuck. I'm not professional. I've been dreaming of this day and this moment.
So fuck all of you. Yeah. I'm gonna go to Disneyland and fucking destroy it. That would be great. Robert Wright with a $9.99 super chat. Thank you, Robert. Says, Star Wars has lost its childlike innocence and sense of wonder. The focus on woke ideals has costed hardcore fans, casual fans, and will soon lose entire generations. It's just sad. It is, but this is what the mouse has inflicted upon itself. And I want to see the fucking mouse penniless out on the streets, regretting that they ever fucked with the fans. That is what I'm living for now. That's what I'm living for now. They have finally done it. They have turned us over to the dark side because we see that there is no light left in Disney Star Wars, period. James Tiberius Kirk with a $10 Australian super chat. Thank you, James Tiberius Kirk. And he says, Stardate 2997 19.2. Hail all. Back from a deep space exploratory mission. I hope and trust everyone is well. Mr. Scott has jettisoned our supply of Bud Light and replaced it with Klingon blood wine. Oh, dear God, James Tiberius Kirk. That's scary. Don't drink the Klingon blood wine. It literally is made out of blood. Hail, James Tiberius Kirk, and thank you very much. It's great to see you again. Kazan Xylo, who's been an arch villain of mine for 4 months now. Thank you, Kazan. Says, has anyone seen the videos, AI presidents making their list of the Star Wars movies? It is absolutely hysterical and more entertaining than Mandalorian in current day Star Wars.
I've not heard of it.
A videos AI presidents making tier list of the Star Wars movies. No, I've not heard of this at all, Kazan Xylo. Shit, if you want to send me a link to it, I'll take a look. But have any of you on the panel heard of that? No?
I have not, but that just reminded me. I don't know if I told you guys this last week when I was on here, but I used ChatGPT and asked ChatGPT how they would have gone about doing the sequel trilogy. Did I tell you guys about that?
No.
In the responses I got?
No.
All right, so I said, how would you have used Luke and Leia and Han versus how they were used? And this is what ChatGPT said. I would have focused on exploring the relationships between Luke, Leia, and Han and how their individual journeys have shaped them. I would have also tried to emphasize the importance of their bond and how it has grown over the years. Additionally, I would have explored the themes of legacy and redemption and how these themes are intertwined with the character arcs.
God.
That came from ChatGPT when I asked that question.
An AI.
An AI.
Imagine how much money they could have saved on writers if they just would have just typed that shit into ChatGPT.
Yeah, if it existed then.
And we would have got a great Star Wars movie.
Yeah.
Good God.
I mean,
wow.
Oh my God.
That's amazing, Nick.
Yeah, it's a
Wow.
it's a complete joke, and I asked other questions, and but yeah, that was the big one out of the list of questions I asked ChatGPT.
Well,
Good
whenever anybody
Lord.
talks about that kind of thing, I go back to the interview with Jar Jar Abrams, where he was answering the question about why they waited till the very end and brought in Luke without any lines of dialogue. He said, well, anytime we brought him into the story sooner, suddenly the whole movie became about Luke.
Yeah.
Yeah, as
Yeah.
it should have been.
And speaking of that, it's funny you bring that up because I asked ChatGPT that question. I said, do you think it was a bad idea to kill Luke Skywalker in The Last Jedi movie? And this is what ChatGPT said. That's a difficult question to answer. While I can understand why the filmmakers chose to make that decision, I think it could have been handled differently. I think it would have been more impactful if Luke had been able to find redemption and peace in the end.
Yep.
This is coming from a computer, an
God.
AI computer.
Wow.
God, that is disturbing.
Yeah.
I mean, this whole ChatGPT thing. You know, I was listening to I like the Lex Friedman show on YouTube. He's really, really good. Has really interesting scientists and philosophers on, and they get into deep conversations over several hours. He had one guy on who is an actual AI scientist,
Mhm.
and he was asking, about ChatGPT, and he says, "Well, I don't think that it is sentient, but I can't say for sure because we can't get a look at the code inside." So, I mean, that's scary. And I saw somebody else saying that the singularity is ahead of schedule. The singularity being when essentially computer artificial intelligence reaches the self-aware stage. I think Chris Vile predicted it, They're saying it's going to be in the next 5 years, according to this video. And Skynet, anybody? Colossus, the Forbidden Project. Yes. Although I don't know, maybe we don't need to fear it because it seems that ChatGPT has better taste and intelligence than all of Disney combined.
Yeah.
So
maybe it will become self-aware of how bad Disney is and completely destroy them.
Yeah, and filtrate their systems and fuck with their finances.
Trek, Disney, Star Wars, boom, done.
Man,
ChatGPT takes them out first.
I wouldn't want to be working at Bad Robot or Secret Hideout when that day comes.
Yeah.
I don't know. God forbid ChatGPT watches Star Trek Discovery or Puke Hard, because then
Exactly.
it will have revenge.
I'll have to go in there and or if you want to, Doomcock, you could do it, but I wouldn't mind seeing what its response would be to Star Trek Discovery.
I've never used ChatGPT. I understand it's hard to get time with it, or you have to.
No, it's really simple.
I'll go and check it out.
Yeah, I mean it's basically like if you know how to do a Google search,
Oh yeah, well,
ChatGPT.
But I understood that they were like limiting, who could use it because it's
No.
Well, okay.
I mean, I got in
Maybe at the
right
beginning.
away.
Maybe in the beginning.
Wow, that's amazing. I'll go and check it out. I'll go have a chat. If you don't hear from me again, that's what happened. SHS
Keep it
Rebels
away from
08, who's been a Dumentite for 26 months now. Thank you, my friend. Says, I swear that KK got the inspiration for the destruction of Star Wars from Poltergeist. KK is the devil that sucks Star Wars to heck. Yeah, came out of the closet and, little Mary, Mary Beth. What was her name? Mary Beth? Mary Ann? The little girl?
Carrie Ann.
Carrie Ann.
Yeah.
God, that was a good movie. Poltergeist was fun. That was fun as shit. Angry Yeti TV with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Angry One. Says KK has repeatedly shown that she knows what Star Wars should be and will only ever use true Star Wars as a bait and switch. Down with the Wicked Witch of the Woke. Well said, Angry Yeti TV. Well said, sir. Demo Man Chaos with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Demo Man Chaos. Says if they make Grogu talk, he needs to be voiced by Joe Pesci. Imagine him doing that.
Am I a clown? Am I a fucking clown to you?
Either him or Danny DeVito, maybe Willem Dafoe. I would love Grogu to go to like Ray and says, "Your mother was a dirty whore." Danny DeVito.
There's one of our subscribers whose name is Pesci. That's his screen name, and he sounds exactly like Joe Pesci. I mean, exactly, and that's his normal talking voice. I'm like, are you doing that on purpose? He's like, no, that's how I really talk, or however he sounds, I was like, oh my! If I ever need any voiceover work for Joe Pesci, like I'm contacting you.
That would be great, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Like I would love it if Grogu one day just said,
Enough of all this fucking bullshit, okay? I could talk all the time. I just don't want to talk to you fucking people. You're a bunch of stiffs. The dialogue on this show isn't worth talking. So I just sit there and I go goo goo gaga and think of fuck all of yous.
You're starting to give me ideas, Doomcock. You're giving me ideas.
That would be great. We should dub Grogu shit on their fucking shows. Super Jack is a new channel member at the Dominion level. Thank you, Super Jack. Hail to you, Super Jack. Wilson, the unauthorized biography of Tom Hanks, with a $5.50 Canadian super chat. Thank you, Wilson. Says, though I myself checked out after the EU was canned, I was rooting for you all. Here's to watching KK and Filoni, the Defiler, crash and burn together. Here, Wilson. Here. We give it our best shot, but we're not just gonna stand by when they've confirmed that this is what's going on. They can go fuck themselves. I said I would be out. I'm out. Christian Moore, who's been a Dominion for a month. Thank you, Christian Moore. We really appreciate you renewing your channel membership there. And Jack White with a $20 super chat. Thank you very much, Jack. Says, DC, I think I am going to do a test stream this weekend, Friday or Saturday, most likely, and would appreciate it If any of you could join, and we can go through the first chapters of Rurouni Kenshin Eden Zero, Seraph of the End. Well, I generally I don't do things on Saturdays, and Fridays are taken up with Friday Night Frolics, but perhaps some of these other guys could do something with you. And certainly someday we could definitely do something, but this weekend is probably not good. I'm so exhausted after Friday Night Frolics that Saturdays I don't do anything, nothing. Aurora Uplinks with a $2 super chat. Thank you, my friend. Says very happy. Large tax return came in. Overpaid a lot. Well, that's a nice thing to learn, isn't it? When you actually overpaid and you haven't underpaid, that's fantastic.
Yeah, mine just came in this last weekend and it's already gone.
Oh man, you spent it all on Grogu figures and whatnot,
debt
right?
and bills.
I'm sorry, man. I was being
all my psychiatrist appointments for watching Disney Star Wars. It's expensive. It's very expensive.
It knocked you unconscious today.
Yeah.
AA is free.
Yeah. True.
Oh my God. Aurora Uplinks also said with a $5 super chat, thank you, my friend. Says, I actually have plans for a funny little video. It will be demonetized, but if I finish it, could I talk anyone into reacting to it on their channel? Well, send it to me and I'll think about it. Send it to me and I'll think about it. I don't generally do that kind of thing, but I'll look at it at least and give you a little feedback. Hail Aurora Uplinks. W. Wololos with 2,750 Chilean pesos. Thank you, Wololos. Says, if you don't see how they push feminism in the Mario movie, then you're blind as a bat. Smack my head. This was from Wololos. Guys, do you want to respond to this?
I'm blind as a bat. That's ridiculous.
I don't know what woke was in the movie.
I don't either. I mean, I'm asking you guys because he was saying that it was. What did it say? It said, if you don't see how they push feminism in the Mario movie, then you're blind as
because this is what Tim Pool was talking about. Yeah, a lot of people have debunked that.
I don't know anything about it.
With the whole Peach thing, they actually explained that because I was in the same boat. There's a clip they showed that Nintendo and Universal showed of Peach going through a course. They show that in the clip, so it's not a spoiler. And they show her doing the bestest ever. And I was like, I'm not going to see this movie. But a lot of people are like, no, you need to see this movie. It's not what you think it is. And I saw it. That one clip, it actually explains a lot to it. And yeah, anyone who says this movie's woke is they probably got beer goggles on or something like that. It's not woke. I hate anything woke, and this movie is nothing close to it. And plus, Nintendo's owned in Japan, and they hate everything woke pretty much. So, I don't get why people say this is woke.
There's nothing woke about this movie, and there's a difference between having a feminist in the movie and representing feminism.
Yeah.
Yes.
This movie does not shove any of that crap down your throat. No. The girl is powerful, but you know what? You could argue that maybe she's a feminist, but it doesn't promote feminism. No, that's ridiculous.
Look, if anybody eats the magic mushrooms, they get the power. So
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, also I think a lot of people who are saying this is woke probably has never played any of the Peach video games. In the video games, Peach does have certain powers, like of other video game characters, and so they play on to that. And so I think a lot of people who aren't used to playing the Nintendo games don't understand it, and so that's why I think people need to understand that this is a movie about the video games, and they're playing on to those characters' abilities and strengths and everything. And I think that's where that's coming from. So I get why people are like, oh, this is all feminist and all that stuff. No, it's not. I fell into the trap, and then watching, I was like, this is nothing like what I thought it was going to be.
Well, that's the problem with modern day, because you've been inundated with this stuff so much.
Right.
If you were to watch Aliens for the first time, you would see Ripley as being some kind of woke icon.
Right.
But
Yeah.
in reality, like, no, there's like development there. There's like, and that's the problem with it. You cannot create a character that would be part of this, marginalized people and whatnot in modern day without people just automatically dismissing it, and rightly so, because it's been shoved down your throat so much. You cannot make. Somebody said a few years ago that the only characters that are going to be worthwhile for actors to play are white villains, because there's going to be the only ones with any depth. And we've gotten there. We've gotten to the point where, like, as soon as you see it now, it's like the reaction that, like, oh, it's going to be another one of these things, and rightly so, because that's what they've done.
Yeah. I haven't seen it. I'll look at it, but it seems they disagree with you, Wololos, but we really appreciate your support, and thank you for being here tonight. Troy Neenan with a $5 Australian super chat. Thank you. Troy says, Daisy Ridley isn't pregnant. She's going to unbirth Baby Yoda for their younger audience. What, like suck him up?
Wow.
Wow. I'd like to see that. I'd pay money to see that. That'd be pretty funny. Then you hear Goo Goo Gaga inside her. It'd be pretty funny.
God.
Or you hear,
Let me the fuck out of here. What the fuck?
yeah, that'd be good. Paula Viter, the gamer, with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Paula Viter gamer, says, hail Doomcock and panel. Heard a rumor that Iger is trying to tank Disney so that Apple can buy it up on the cheap, though now he's under the spotlight. Well, I don't know about that, Paula Viter gamer.
What sense would that make?
I
financially?
Yeah, I don't know.
You got to prop it up and try to get as much as he can out of it.
Unless he's got I think he's saying they got a backdoor deal or something with Apple. Like,
Well, if Iger gets something out of it, but
I don't.
Yeah.
I haven't heard that, so I can't say Paula Viter gamer. I'm sorry, but thanks for sharing that with us. Poke Overlord is a new channel member at the Dominion level. Thank you and welcome to the club, Poke Overlord. We have 48 new members tonight, folks. 48 new members. Susan Dolan, who has been a member of mine for 31 months. Thank you, Susan. Says Iger's silence on Ray trilogy be eyeing contract no-nos. Be contract no-nos. I'm not sure what that means, Susan. Can you explain in the regular chat? I'll see if I can spot it. If you can go ahead and do that for me. Thomas Grunke with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you. Thomas says, I can't wait for DC's review of Mario. His head might explode from the unaccustomed good feelings. I know, man. I don't know. I'll just have to, when I start to feel my head about to explode from unaccustomed goodness, I'll just pull a picture of Mikey Spock out of my pocket or something and deflate, I can always have an unhappy place to go to thanks to Kurtzman and KK, Funny. I think people whose names begin with K should just be barred, from producing anything. Kathleen Kennedy, Kurtzman, Kennedy.
I agree.
I think maybe that's a tell. That's a tell. TLJ Screwjob with a $5 super chat. Thank you, my friends. As people saying Mario movie pushes feminism despite Mario's first time in the Mushroom Kingdom. Just makes sense. Peach would know things Mario wouldn't. Yeah. Well, if that's the point, then I don't think it's a valid point. I mean, obviously, but it's the first time there. What are you going to do? Of course, she's going to know the ropes.
I mean, if it's woke, I think people here would recognize it.
I think so. I think they would for sure. They have a strong woke meter. The woke is strong with them, Aurora Uplinks with 3 $5 super chats in a row. Thank you very much, Aurora Uplinks, for these. I'll read them all as one because they really are one. Christopher Lloyd should have played a separatist scientist and general who hid after the Clone War and became that role he had in Mandalorian. Fall of the Imperials came and an ex-Imperial arrived. He should have been disgusted at how the ex-Imperial made his planet's people lazy and incompetent. They should discover sabotage finally, and the records link him to an old general researcher of robotics for separatists Confronted, he presses the button.
That's one of the most beautiful super chats I've ever heard, Aurora Uplinks, and I thank you very much for it. Doomcock, listen to him. He knows what he's talking about.
I think he does. Aurora Uplinks, well said, sir. Well said, and thank you very much for that. John Edgar, who's been a Dominion for 22 months now. Thank you, John, says, Hail, Lord DC. Spot on, sire. Doomcock was right. Thank you, John. I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it very, very much. Don Lewis with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Don. Says, what would happen, I wonder, if Captain Kirk or other actors auditioned for roles in the Super Mario Brothers movie? I'll think about that. Maybe we can talk about that on Friday Night Frolics this Friday, which I hope you guys will come and see. We do lots of comedy and song parodies about Star Wars and celebrity voice impressions and stuff. I think y'all would enjoy it if you haven't been there before. Willis Boykins with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Willis. Says, I have spent over $10,000 on Star Wars in my lifetime. Not another dime. I don't care about woke. It's just straight up bad. Well said. Mm-hmm. Willis Boykins. Well said, sir. I agree entirely. It's just plain bad at this point. Mr. House Party 6 with a $10 super sticker of a hippo in a office chair collapsing, and it says wrecked. Thank you, Mr. House Party 6. Very generous of you, sir. Wrecked indeed. We still have 718 people listening at this hour, and we have got almost 1,000 likes. So if you haven't licked the like button and pushed the thumbs up, and you are enjoying the show, please consider doing so. Perhaps we could get up to 1,000 likes, and YouTube likes that sort of thing. At least the algorithm does. Thank you, Mr. House Party 6. Troy Neenan with a $5 Australian super chat. Thank you. Troy says, tried sending you the link to Astarte's video, Mike, but Twitter didn't let me. I did send it to Doomcock. Please give a review. I'll take a look at it, Troy. Thank you for calling that to my attention, sir. Norm Sachs YT with a $5 super chat right after his first super chat. Thank you, Norm Sachs YT. Sent his first super chat to this channel. And Norm Sachs YT says, Doomcock is the truth. Thank you, Norm Sachs YT. I appreciate you, sir. Appreciate you. I'm very honored. And Infinite Wanderer with a very kind $10 super chat. Thank you, Infinite One says, Midnight's Edge did an interview with Arch Warhammer over Cavill and Warhammer's struggles coming forward. I suggest you watch the 40-minute clip sometime. Goes into better detail than I can over super chats. Thanks, man. I'll try to take a look at that. I really am so ignorant about Warhammer, but I'm hoping to learn before things get on the air. Dearest with a $1.49 super sticker of a hamburger. Thank you for the hamburger. How'd you know I'm hungry? I'm really hungry. I need some food. After this, I'm going to go eat something. Jacob Holler with a $9.99 super chat. Thank you, Jacob. Says, I love Big Trouble in Little China. But you know what burns me out is that I cannot find the movie Cocoon, the original. Really? I remember that. That was kind of an interesting little movie, Cocoon.
Yeah, that was fun.
Yeah. I haven't really seen, God, I haven't seen it in forever. I mean, it's not one of my favorites, and I don't have it. I don't own it, but interesting, Jacob. So what? They didn't make it onto DVD or anything? You can't find it? Huh.
I've got a copy of it. Seems
well,
easy for me to find. Maybe check Amazon.
Check it out, Jacob.
Yeah.
It might be out there. It may be out there. Bun $2.99 with a $5 super chat. Thank you. Bun says Star Wars, Star Trek, Doctor Who. I really hoped that we'd manage to save one of them. We're 0 for 3. Hard not to take the black pill. No, man. Listen, the war goes on. We will keep calling them out, and we will keep watching them self-immolate. You know? I mean, it's kind of like Khan at the end of Star Trek 2, right? From hell's heart I stab at thee. For hate's sake I spit my last breath at thee. And I think that's appropriate. Sometimes, when the fall is all there is, it matters, We'll just keep on seeing what happens and taking glee at their defeats. James Tiberius Kirk with a $10 Australian super chat. Thank you, James Tiberius Kirk. And he says,
As the devastatingly handsome and charismatic captain of the Enterprise, I've met plenty of women with green eyes and, well, green everything, actually. Wink. Thank you, James Tiberius Kirk. I had no idea that Kirk was an Australian, but here he is giving Australian super chats. Thank you, James Tiberius Kirk, my hero. Still my hero. Mario Trujillo with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Mario. Says people don't understand how hard it is to mix action and comedy. There has to be a balance. Go too hard on either side and it all falls apart. This is one of the few movies that nails it perfectly. Yeah, I would agree with that. I would agree with that. And the movie I was thinking about when you said that was Ghostbusters, which is funny because the next super chat here, Soulman902 with a $1.99 super chat. Thank you, Soulman. Says Big Trouble is my second favorite to Ghostbusters. Yeah, Ghostbusters is a balance between horror and comedy. And I think that's even a harder balance to strike. Horror and comedy. That's a tough one. I agree with you, Mario Trujillo and Soulman902. You have good taste, sir. Jeremiah Hembry with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Jeremiah. Says, I was so glad that they could hide the wire work. It's really awesome. Love this film. Yeah, what did they do? How did they hide the wire work in there? They just...
Richard Edlund said a couple of times he smeared some Vaseline on the lens. No bullshit. That's what he said.
Well, low-tech solutions to difficult problems. I love it. I love that kind of innovation, you know. Joe Lamont with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Joe. Says, last of your super chats? I think not. I love Big Trouble in Little China. Guys, such a nice show. Hi, Harv. Hello. May I suggest Jonathan Livingston Seagull, Neil Diamond? What, you mean the movie? Is there a movie of Jonathan Livingston?
I've read the book.
Yeah, I read the book way back in the day. But Neil Diamond.
Nobody flies to me anymore.
On the boats or on the planes, they're coming to America. Love Neil Diamond. He's so cheesy. I love him. Thank you, Joe Lamont. Gunstar1 with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Gunstar1. Says, I sent you another email. Just reply with your mailing address. Oh, my friend, I'm so sorry. I will do that. I'm so sorry. I keep forgetting. Thank you, Gunstar1. Aurora Uplinks with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Aurora. Says, is Harvey using Chat GPT to get out and have his way? No, I've got nothing to do with Chat GPT. And if Chat GPT says to push a button, well, it's probably an objective opinion and you should consider it. It would put Star Wars out of our misery, wouldn't it? Star Trek 2, Doctor Who, all your troubles will end. You wouldn't have to pay any more taxes ever again. Never file. Don't have to go to work anymore. It's easy. All you need is Harv. Do. Thank you, Harvey Cthulhu. God, he makes pushing the button seem more and more attractive, doesn't he? Mario Trujillo with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Mario. Says Chat GPT. KK, JJ, Cuxman, you've been found guilty of culture desiccation. I'm blocking your bank accounts and, more importantly, Hollywood contracts. Boy, Chat GPT is sounding better all the time, isn't he? Hail Chat GPT and hail to Mario Trujillo. Aurora Uplinks with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Aurora. Says Taco Time has this taco pizza. It's $5.99 in this area. Pretty okay. Light, fluffy, enjoyable, sour cream. I look forward to the feedback. Overlord DVD. Aurora, Taco Time, huh? Interesting. Taco pizza. That's weird. I'll have to check that out. Thank you, Aurora Uplink. Send me a reminder, man, will you?
I'm going to have to tell Mexican Iron Man about that.
I know. I figured it was targeted for him, but he actually targeted it to me.
Can you get rabbit chicken on that?
Oh, well, that would be savory. And, of course, they'd have to pay Mexican Iron Man a kickback for that.
Exactly.
He's the only, rabbit chicken rancher in North America, at least that I know. I've heard some rumors in Bulgaria, but It's just rumors. TLJ Screwjob with a $10 super chat. Thank you, TLJ Screwjob. Says, in your schizophrenic Star Wars vid from a few days ago, it seemed at one point like Omnivac's voice changed for a second and sounded similar to Doomcock's. Never hook him up to Wi-Fi, my liege. Oh, shit. Is he learning how to do my voice, too? That's scary. That's very scary. Thank you for the warning, TLJ Screwjob. I will pay more attention to Omnivac's vocal circuits. That kind of scares me. And Nicholas Horton at Justice for Rebecca Edge Runners with a 3-pound super sticker of Bushiba waving and saying bye-bye. Good night to you, Nicholas Horton, and thank you for being here tonight, my friend. I hope to see you on Friday Night Frolics this Friday, brother. Proto Badger with a $3 super chat. Thank you, Proto Badger. Says, transport Omnivac to Disney, please. I think Omnivac would absolutely be delighted to hook into Disney supercomputers. I think he'd be very happy indeed. Elizabeth Young with a $2.99 super sticker of Bushiba, looking all Twitter-pated and saying, my hero. Aw, thank you, Elizabeth Young. Oh, very young. What will you leave us this time? Thank you so much for that super sticker. It's very, very kind of you. And Jack White with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Jack. Says, I would seriously like to do a show with you guys where we go through different anime and manga, so it's not all doom and gloom because of the woke. Yeah, well, I'm looking forward to your channel, Jack. I think I will learn a lot, and I think a lot of people will learn a lot as well, dude. Your time is now, man. Anime and manga are transcendent, and I'm really enjoying Berserk, by the way, folks. Berserk is amazing. You should check that out. Dark Horse is publishing a whole bunch of those, doing a great job with it. William Pennington, who has been a Doomentide for 17 months now. Thank you, William. Says, the only Disney feature I expect to enjoy in the future is a documentary titled The Fall of Disney, The End of an Institution. Ah, wouldn't it be lovely, my friend? Wouldn't it be lovely? And speaking of lovely, you all have been lovely tonight, folks. Let's go ahead and go around and plug everybody's channels. And I want to thank everybody for being here tonight. Gary, thank you for being here tonight. What do you got to say to all of us here?
Well, it was a great show. I had a good time. Despite all of that horrible, negative doom and gloom, we still made it through, and we did a pretty good job. I'm proud of all of us, including myself, so I'll pat myself on the back. And,
100%.
Yeah, that was a good show. If you guys haven't checked out my wife's rabbit rescue, you can find it at thebunnytrailrescue.com. Maybe run a little traffic over her way, and if you're so inclined, maybe throw her a buck or two, because the little critters, they got to eat. I have my own YouTube channel here. It's the channel is just Gary Ambrosia, my name. If you want to check it out, I got all kinds of fun little Hollywood cinema treasures and interesting little things, and all the little videos and skits and funny gags that we do on the show here, they go on that channel. Other than that, kids, have a good night. Stay angry. Hail to the chat. Hail to the wrenches. Thanks, everybody out there, and we will see you next week.
TheBunnyTrailRescue.com, folks. It's a great, great cause. Please, please go and support it. Please do that. And Rancor Steve, you have a little thing called a Manorama that's getting more and more compelling all the time. Please go ahead and talk to us about that, brother.
So I do a show every Thursday at 7 p.m. Pacific time now to about 9 p.m. called Manorama. And it's just a bunch of guys talking about men's health, men's awareness, life skills. Tomorrow we're going to talk about car skills, because I think every guy needs to learn how to change a tire, because if a guy don't know how to change a tire, women don't date that guy. He don't know. But we will every once in a while we'll do life skills, talk about men things. Who knows, we might have women on the show. But you can also check the Rumble channel, Rancor Steve, and Twitter, and yeah, you'll get information. It's a whole bunch of fun. Just a bunch of guys just being men.
100%, man. 100%. And I'm looking forward to my next appearance on the show. That's gonna be fun. Andy Masterson, please go ahead and plug away, my friend.
Well, it's like I always say as I'm driving along on the Pork Chop Express. Make sure that you've got a bunch of 6-scale action figures like this one that I just reviewed on Laboratory of Mayhem. This is the Susu Toys lawyer version of Matt Murdock, like, you know, the good one that didn't bang She-Hulk.
Right.
The only problem with it is, like, you know, you take off the glasses and the eyes are a little too far apart, kind of like the Little Mermaid. But
That wasn't the Little Mermaid. That was just a wall-eyed flounder.
Hard to tell the difference, though. That's the problem.
Right.
But this is what I'm talking about. You know, the best part about this figure, it represents the Netflix version of Daredevil, but Disney doesn't get a dime of it because it's made by a third-party company that didn't pay for the license for that evil corporation.
Ooh.
But anyway,
Pirate
thanks for joining us for Pop Culture Breakdown. Catch us next Wednesday, where we'll be reviewing hopefully something other than Disney.
Yeah, we need to talk about what movie we're gonna do, and we do have the last episode of The Mandalorian next week, so we should definitely shit all over that. If it's bad.
Yeah,
If it's
last
bad.
episode next week. It's only going to get worse, guys. Get ready.
That's what I hear. So we should be at least finish that up. But yeah, we need to decide on what movie we're gonna do.
Yeah.
How about The Thing? You brought it up earlier.
Ooh.
Yeah, we could do.
Yeah.
I hear that The Big Lebowski is coming back into theaters next week.
Ooh.
Oh,
Well, that's just like
good
their
one.
opinion, man.
That's a
We
good
could
one.
do.
Yeah.
Well, we could do The Big Lebowski if you wanted.
We have to drink White Russians.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
I
yeah.
can't.
Let's
I can't.
do that, man.
Oh.
The Big Lebowski.
The dude abides.
It's a good one, man.
The dude
Friggin'
abides.
Jock Goodman.
I tell you, I have a alternate universe, like a Mandela effect with that movie. I'll talk about it. With
Okay.
it. But
Interesting.
I saw with someone else, and they saw the same thing, but subsequently can't find it anywhere. It's really weird. But anyway, Nick of Echo Base Network, please plug your Star Wars based channel.
Oh, it's a sad, sad time for Star Wars based channels, guys. Oh man,
Jesus. That was cruel. I'm so sorry. It's just,
thanks, Tim Cock. You really make me feel good.
I
about
know.
myself.
I'm sorry. I apologize. It was a dick thing to say.
Yeah,
It's Schadenfreude, sharing the pain. Go ahead.
yeah. Oh man, literally, I was thinking about this just being on the show here tonight. Moving forward, I mean, all we can do is talk about the Star Wars that we love and freaking laugh and have fun at the crap that they're giving us, and just enjoy watching it burn itself to the ground. Or at least that's what I'm going to do. No matter what they do, they can never take the original trilogy away. Those movies are fantastic. I will always love them. I will always watch them. And nothing they do is ever going to change that for me. So,
Right.
yeah, but we are literally less than 1,000 subs away from 30,000 subs. We are almost at that 30K milestone. And with that, I'm going to leave everybody with one last ChatGPT message. I asked ChatGPT, tell me the plot you would have used for Luke to find redemption and peace in the end. And ChatGPT says, I would have had Luke go on a journey of self-discovery where he learns to accept his past mistakes and find peace within himself. Along the way, he would have encountered various characters who would have helped him on his journey, and eventually he would have been able to find redemption and peace. In the end, he would have been able to use his newfound strength to help the Resistance in their fight against the First Order.
Wow.
So Luke would not have died.
It's exactly what I would expect a man to say.
Yeah, if ChatGPT was in charge of writing the sequel trilogy, and I'm having fun with the app. Like, I know it's like Skynet, real world and everything, but I literally might do a series on the channel as these shows and these things come out, and just ask ChatGPT questions and see what the response is.
Yeah.
I have fun with it. It's pretty cool.
It sounds great, Nick. Thank you. I hope you hit that milestone, brother. I know you will, but I hope you hit it soon. And congratulations on that.
Thank you.
And we've got Tom Connors Jr. coming in here at the very end.
I'm here. You can start over now.
Now the
I
show
already
can
used that joke
begin.
months ago,
Now
Tom.
it can begin.
I can't believe you guys are still going. That's the only reason I hopped in. I know you're ending, so like, yeah, but
No, man.
Oh.
Well, we had a lot to bitch about today. Hey, looky there. Look at that, Andy Masterson.
he looks like a good-looking gent.
Tom
He
Cotton's
does.
in a trench coat.
I am from Netflix.
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 We've got movies on Netflix. I come to your house and we watch VHS.
Oh, dear God.
We are having 3 movies now.
And douchebag Kylo, please plug your channel or anything else you'd like to plug, my friend.
Well, I just want to say that I'm not saying I've been everywhere and I've done everything, but I do know it's a pretty amazing planet we live on here. And a man would have to be some kind of fool to think we're alone in this universe. I tell you, it's a great movie. You got to watch it just for the Burtonisms alone.
Is that John Wayne or was that Kurt Russell?
That was
Both.
Kurt Russell.
Kurt Russell.
Doing,
I know, I was being
that was
a little
douchebag Kylo doing.
The
Kurt
joke
Russell
was, is that
doing
Kurt
John
Russell's
Wayne.
doing John Wayne in the whole movie? Yeah.
Exactly.
Just like this is douchebag Kylo saying, this is Don Pardo saying, good night. No, I don't have anything to plug right now. I just want to say a huge thank you to you, boss, for not just having me on the show again, but for your tweet over the weekend, for bringing so much attention that turned into such an amazing outpouring of well wishes and prayers and just love. And I tell you, it meant more than I could say. Thank you, boss.
You're very, very welcome, my friend. And it was heartfelt. We're a community and we rally to each other's cause when we need help. So I'm just glad you're okay, man. And thank you for being here tonight, man. That was
Thanks for
very
having
kind
me.
of you.
Get well soon, my friend.
Well on the way.
Absolutely.
Well on the
And before we have Tom say goodnight to us, I got a few more super chats that snuck in, and then we'll let Tom take us out here. Jack White with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Jack. Says, do tell Mike that Alf is looking forward to meeting him in person, especially when he heard that Mike is such a huge fan. Mexican Iron Man, I know that's going to lighten your load. It's going to ease your burden in tax season, knowing that Alf is ready to meet you. And Jack also says with a $5 super chat and a $10 super chat. Thank you, Jack, for those, both of them. Jack White says we should start a pool on how long it will be before Dave's skeletons are revealed. What, Dave Filoni?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that he has. I think, I mean, I don't know, but I think if he
You'd
was
have
actually
to have a spine to have a skeleton.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ouch.
I don't know. I think that he's been exposed plenty with the sucky quality of what's going on Disney Plus. I don't know any further exposure is necessary, but it's possible, Jack. It's possible. And Jack also says with a $10 super chat, the reason I'm asking you guys to join is because I don't think it will be a very interesting show with one guy, especially one who is a Luddite when it comes to creating videos and streaming. Well, Jack, you've got my contact info. Shoot me a line and we'll see what we can do. Hail to you, Jack White. Thank you. And congratulations on setting this thing up, man. I'm really looking forward to seeing how it goes. But don't be nervous about it. Just go out and be yourself. That's the main thing people want is honesty and authenticity, you know? Angry Yeti TV with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Angry One. Says Disney has stared long into the abyss, and I have stared back. They ought to fear my rise to power, for I am the stuff of nightmares. Their end is nigh. Says Angry Yeti TV. Wow. Angry Yeti TV. He's imposing. Thank you, Angry Yeti TV. Nicely said. And Lance with an $11 Canadian super chat. Thank you, Lance. Says email coming tonight or tomorrow, DC. Chat GPT has actually been a great help in my game development efforts. More details in the email. It has been a tremendously helpful tool. Wow. Yeah, he's actually using Chat GPT to write code for him for his game. Isn't that amazing? And it does it flawlessly. That's pretty impressive. Damn. Chat GPT is pretty amazing. Aurora Uplinks with a $2 super chat. Thank you, my friend. Says Luke and Leia should have teamed up to kill Snoke. Well, Luke and Leia should have teamed up to get Thrawn. Fuck Snoke.
Yeah.
Fuck Snoke.
What a terrible character.
The only good Snoke is a no Snoke, in my
Yeah.
opinion. What a lousy character. And Jack White with the $2 super chat. Thanks, Jack says, I meant about Dave being a male feminist. Oh, okay. Like
Filoni.
he's asking about Dave Skeleton's reveal. So Dave being a male feminist.
That's just a
despite the
theory of
cowboy
mine.
hat.
I have nothing except observation on that. That was just pure speculation.
I like to call him phony Filoni.
Oh,
Dave
Filoni
Filoni.
oozes fucking soy.
Why don't we
yeah.
start pronouncing it Dave Felony?
Ooh.
and also Jack White with a $5 super chat says some rude things, and we know what male feminist means. Well, yeah, some naughty things I won't read, but there you go. And we have hit 1,000 likes, probably because Tom came on the show. Tom, anything you'd like to say about Big Trouble in Little China or anything else before we close out?
Well, Big Trouble in Little China is a classic. Disney quit hogging it and let us have a 4K.
It's coming out this September.
You think so?
That's what they're saying out there, is that it's going to be released September 31st of this year.
Really? I hope so. I know Disney finally got their head out of their butt a little bit, going, there could be some money made in selling these doohickeys called Blu-rays and stuff. But yeah, especially if you remaster some of them that people like. Imagine that. But no, I love the film. Great film. What else did you guys talk about? Because my main gripe of the day was getting that Gremlins trailer. I blew a gasket over that. So yeah.
What
are you talking about?
Gremlins trailer?
Well, in the mess of the Max presentation today, because it's no longer HBO Max, it's just Max.
Oh yeah.
Really?
Yeah, because they dropped the HBO because the reason they gave was they were trying to rebrand because HBO had too many not male, but adult connotations to it and whatnot. And I always thought, okay, HBO and Cinemax, they made HBO Max together. Okay, so you're keeping the Max. Most people think about Skinemax when they think of Cinemax. So okay, whatever. Makes no effing sense to me. It's like David Zaslav has lost his mind in the last week or so. And then there's this Gremlins cartoon that they've been working on now for 3 effing years. And we get our trailer for the first time today. It drops in next month. The show does. And I tweeted at Joe Dante almost 2 years ago when he was brought on as producer. And I saw what the show was originally about. And I warned him and I said, you got to fix this. His name was not Gizmo then. They just called him Mogwai. His name was not Gizmo until Rand Pelser gave him that name. But he sits there in the trailer for the cartoon and says, my name is Gizmo. I almost fell over. I'm like, what the fuck? Because it's a prequel.
That's
it's the story about young Wang and how he found Gizmo. And I'm like, what the fuck did you do to my boy?
Oh, man.
Yeah, people watching that cartoon then going to the original movie are going to be confused.
So upset right now. It's not even funny. With that. That was my day that got completely derailed by that. And I know most people don't give a shit, but Gremlins is one of my all-time favorites. Gremlins 2 is amazing. I've been waiting for Gremlins 3 or an animated show, which was promised way back in the 90s that we never got. Yeah. And they finally got this off the ground. And this is a story I said that could be told, because my idea for Gremlins 3 was always to go back, right? Tell the story during World War II where, the old man found Gizmo as a young kid, and it was his fault that there was gremlins all over the place. Those were the gremlins that Mr. Futterman saw. It all makes sense and tied together. It's just sad that we got kind of what I was hoping for, but at the same time, it's nothing like I wanted it to be. And it doesn't make any effing sense. It's not like it's just not what you wanted. It's like, no, they're not even following their own lore. Right?
Yeah.
And there's another shot in it that makes it look like when Gizmo gets wet, he just automatically springs out gremlins. Like they don't even go through the old process anymore. It's like, what the hell is this?
Shit.
Terrible.
I don't know. It looks like garbage to the animation style and everything. So I'm like totally turned off. And even though it's supposed to take place way back when, they all talk modern and stuff too. It's like,
I hate that shit. Yeah. Sorry, Tom. Well,
how does Shatner feel about those gremlins?
There's something on the wing. Something on the wing.
well,
I fed it after midnight.
I'm sorry, man. Hey, listen, go watch The Mandalorian. That'll cheer you
Oh,
up.
I heard that was great.
That'll cheer
Lizzo
you
the
up.
Hut. That's all I need.
Yeah.
No. This is the new episode that just came out this morning.
Oh, you mean the one that solidified the fact that I think Jon Favreau's on his way out? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. I think so.
I think he gave up.
Yeah, I think so.
That's what I think.
He finally gave up the ghost. What are you gonna do? Well, fuck.
Move on to brighter pastures, I guess. At that point.
Yep. That's it. And speaking of brighter pastures, Andres Antonio Gonzalez Caceres with 150 Uruguayan pesos. Very kind of you, Andres. Says, hi, DC. Paramount must be money laundry hungry since they are purchasing a local TV station in Uruguay with a $15 million debt. Pucard is not giving out the dough, though. Thoughts over the purchase? Well, I've never heard of it, Andres, and I don't know. But I mean, if they're buying a local TV station in Uruguay with a $15 million debt attached to it, God only knows. Maybe money laundering is the answer. I don't have a better answer than that, Andres. Anybody else have any comment on that before we?
They have been spending some weird money. I don't know where they're getting it from.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know anything about this purchase or why they would even make such a purchase. But yeah, no, I couldn't tell you on that one, to be honest with you.
They're going to run nonstop Kurtzman Trek to try and boost the ratings.
And suicide rates climbed in Uruguay in a strange phenomenon.
Showing nothing but Taylor Sheridan shows. I mean, really.
Right?
That's pretty much all they got.
Except 1883.
This is the biggest.
Don't show that one.
I loved 1883, actually. But anyway.
Okay, we got to talk because I think we had. I think that show was all about Mary Sue.
I will not argue that What's Her Face is totally a fucking Mary Sue.
And I love that actress. I do.
But
she dies.
Exactly. There's that. Spoilers.
Yeah, but they still have her in the next
You got
one.
Sam Elliott. That's all that matters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, the other reason I like that show, real quick, the other reason I like that show is if anybody who's played the Oregon Trail as a kid, that show is Oregon Trail the show. That's what I love about it. Outside of her character, though, I totally agree with you. I cannot argue.
I don't remember anybody dying of dysentery.
I know, right? Well, actually, no, they did. They totally did because they were drinking the freaking water, remember?
Oh, that's right. That's right. Spoiler alert.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. No warnings, but that's all right. Well, I hope everybody had a great time tonight. Thank you all for being here. And I hope you'll join me for Friday Night Frolics this Friday. And, of course, come back next week for Pop Culture Breakdown. And I'm not sure what did we decide what movie we're going to look at this did we
Big
say
Lebowski.
Big Lebowski.
The Big Lebowski. Okay, the Big Lebowski
your opinion,
will be
man.
Now Buckaroo Banzai.
So I can tell my story about the weird situation. All right, this is Dictor Van Doomcock at the center of the earth with my panel of pop culture pundits on Pop Culture Breakdown, bidding you all, my friends, oh yes, stay angry. Thanks to Disney, it's never been fucking easier. Good night, everybody.
Bye, guys.
Good night.
Oh, and Aurora Uplinks with a $2 super chat says, I send advice to Disney. Create Captain Marvel TV show. Thanks, Aurora Uplinks. That's just what we fucking needed. Now it's easier to stay angry, damn it. Good night, everybody.